guys? Billy Blue here. Still here in India, 30 days in. Man, I felt a resurgence of the whatever issue I have going on. A lot of fatigue today and stomach bloating. Probably got something serious. I'm gonna have to go to the medical care when I get back to Thailand and get it all figured out, straightened out. I could do that here, but I don't know the system here too well. In Thailand, I know how to get around the medical system there a little better. I'm more confident with that. But I need if it is something serious or needs to be addressed, I need to get taken care of here in Asia, because I can't do it in America. I have no medical care of any sort, or access to any medical care in my home country. So I have to, I'm better off trying to do it here, make sure I have everything taken care of while I'm in Asia before I return home. Usually it's the opposite. You would think you return home to take care of medical issues. Here it's you got to stay overseas to fix medical issues. But America has a good system. It works for a lot of people. But I'm kind of lucky. I've been healthy, so I haven't really needed the U.S. medical system very much at all. People that do need it, usually they get taken care of pretty good. I was reading about that South Indian joint I was gonna eat at. Here's the trucks. I got these things. It's pretty cool. I think I might be sleeping or something in the truck. I was reading about that South Indian restaurant. I don't think this is considered South India. This is like Central India. One more province down, it might be South India. That's Karnataka. This is like Central India. Central India side of the game. The Deccan Plateau, that's another name for it. Yeah, man, I had 2 coffees earlier and I'm still like really fatigued. So I don't know, maybe I'll get another coffee today, but I don't know what my deal is, man. I'm laying in bed, sleeping all day. Trying to come out, do some streaming, get some stuff done here. The street is not a dead end. Yes, it is a dead end. And we can walk down this way. There's a gym and a pool. Yeah, Karnataka is considered south. This is Maharashtra. Which I don't know if this is considered south. I think it's central. Mumbai, Maharashtra, I believe Goa too. I could be wrong about that. Considered south, central India. South is like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, maybe Andhra Pradesh. Like 4 or 5 provinces. Yeah, I haven't had any papaya, but they said mango is really good for digestion. I've had like 15 mangoes the last 24 hours. Small ones. But tonight, they got this fruit market that opens at 8:30. I'm gonna go get some. They had these just unbelievable mangoes, like nothing I ever had. I'm gonna go back and get like about 2 kilos of those. Have tonight and in the morning. Have before I go to sleep in the morning. But right now, we're gonna get some which is essentially lunch. Basically my lunch. Let's see, can I go this way? Maharashtra mangoes go all over India. Yeah, man, that's where I'm at now. I heard Pune is like the capital of mangoes. Really, the world, because mangoes come from India. They started here. There is a lot of mangoes in Thailand. I give them credit. They have a lot of mangoes there too. But this is still the mango king. I think there's more varieties of mangoes, and like I said, I've already had some mangoes I've never even seen before. They're pretty amazing. Here's a little park. Nice little neighborhood park. It's very nice and clean park here. I'm not in Goa. I'm in a big city. Yeah, I'm in the Fire Trap Hotel. I guess I'm just gonna stay another night there. I paid for 2 nights. So I guess I'm just gonna take a chance. Fire Trap Hotel, $14 a night. Oh, Devor, I'm okay. I appreciate your help, but or offering help. But I'm fine. I'll figure something out. I'm gonna change hotels tomorrow. What I was thinking about doing was just kind of hanging here in Pune, and getting healthy. Like whatever I got to do, if I got to eat mangoes or papaya seeds, garlic, try to get my digestive system, whatever is bothering it, back in track. And once I'm feeling fully healthy, then I can do whatever, you know. But in order to do that, though, I need a nice hotel. They got the food here. I see that. They got the mangoes and the fruits and vegetables. Very good food, but might just have to pay, some money for the hotel, $20-$25 a night. I can afford it, especially with my big YouTube check coming soon. There's a little temple. A beautiful little temple. A lot of these Hindu temples are very small, I noticed. They're not grandiose and large like the some of the other religions tend to be. Papa Enterprises, Pizza Wizza. Yeah, that's a nice little neighborhood park there. And a gym. Why don't you ever do streams by the beach in the morning? I haven't been to any beaches yet. Most of India is not on the beach. I mean, I would, but getting closer to the beach. But yeah, I haven't been to, I was in the desert, Rajasthan, I was in Delhi. Now I'm in the plateau, the Deccan Plateau. I thought it might be cool to maybe explore Maharashtra. Maharashtra has 100 million people. It includes Bombay, which is 20 million people. It includes this city, which is 7 million. But outside of that, there's another whole landscape. It's one of the biggest states of India. So I thought it might be cool to go from like town to town. Maybe take the train. I like the train, but I don't want to do it for like 10 hours. I'll do it for like a couple hours at a time. which is good for hopping from town to town. So I was gonna maybe check my maps. Then we could eat mangoes all over the place. Mango capital of the world. Go from town to town, but explore Maharashtra, the Marathi Empire. The mango experiment is on. I gotta look at the train map and stuff. Seems like there's a lot of towns. There's like a river and like look at all those guys' mangoes. See, this guy's a bunch of mangoes. I think he's making mango shakes, maybe. Here you can get, look at this. You got Maggi noodles, 40 rupees. Momos, 60. Very good prices. We got some good prices. Where the hell am I, man? I thought we should be back by the main road. Oh, there's the main road, okay. I actually like those Maggi noodles. I could go for those right now. Just like ramen noodles with some toppings. 40 rupees. There's a guy, Curly Kid Life. The guy tried to charge him 200 rupees for Maggi noodles. We saw right there, it's 40. Really, they should be about 50 to 70 max anywhere in India because they cost 10 rupees for the bag. I suppose if there was like a real fancy, they put all kinds of toppings, then maybe it's 100. Or it's in a restaurant or something, it's 100. If you're just getting it in the street, that should be very expensive. But he knew it was overpriced. You know, he wasn't. He knew it was well overpriced. Yeah, 200 rupees for Maggi noodles. You heard about New York City? They, you know, the mayor. He's basically letting everybody sell street food and stuff. He's opened up the streets. So people can sell stuff. Maybe I'll go sell food in New York. I'll get a street food cart. I can make ramen noodles like the Maggi noodles, sell them for $2 a pop, $3 a pop. Because could be an opportunity there, but I saw a news post about it and the conservatives hated it. You know, they were all mad about it. A million views saying, oh, look at all the trash. It's terrible for New York City. It's competition for the restaurants and the grocery stores. Might be able to make a lot of money. If it's just a free-for-all, you can set up wherever you want, wherever you can find a space on the sidewalk. Start selling food. I told you guys, street food can make a lot of money. I've seen that in Thailand. And now imagine you're charging New York City prices. You're charging freaking... I don't even know what I make, so I'm not a cook, I'm not a chef. But, know, whatever would be $2 in Thailand would be $10 in New York, at least $8 at least. But the problem is you need somewhere to live in New York. Red Light Ron is in Thailand. Maybe I could stay in Red Light Ron's apartment, offer to rent it from him. He might already be subletting it, but he has an apartment, a rent control apartment right in the East Village. Maybe he could rent it to me. I could stay in New York in the summer. If he's not already renting it, I'll offer to rent it from him. The problem is he could get a lot of money for that apartment. So he might be able to get like $2,000 or $3,000 a month, which I can only pay maybe $1,000 if I'm working and doing things there. I don't think that's gonna probably work. Okay. I just bought this hat today. Let's go to that South Indian restaurant. It has really good reviews. People actually drive like 30 kilometers just to eat there. Because this is like on the edge of the city, so they drive like a far ways just to eat there. It's a renowned restaurant. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Oh, I saw this dog yesterday. Holy cow. Yeah, I walked by him yesterday. He's a beast. Monster dog. 2 times in a row he got me. I didn't even notice him. Got me last night. I was walking by there too. Walked right by him. He didn't bite me, of course, but scared me a little bit. Tomorrow it's gonna be 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It was 95 today, which is like what, 38 Celsius, 40 Celsius, 38, something like that. I gotta study my Celsius chart. Half of my audience doesn't use Fahrenheit, more than half. And it's gonna be 100 degrees for or higher in the remaining future, the upcoming future. Gotta cross this dangerous streets. We gotta cross by numbers. The restaurant's up this street here. One thing you'll learn about India is they won't, when you're walking, they will kind of slow down for you, but a lot of times when you're walking across the street, there's a car coming, they won't stop or slow down. If you're a pedestrian, you have to know that they're just gonna keep going right through. Actually, they'll force you to jump out of the way too. I've had to jump out of the way many times of a moving car. So they won't like slow down even a little bit, unless you really force them. Like you basically force them to put on the brakes. But then you're taking a chance they may not stop. If they don't stop, then you're going to be hit. Like you have to force them to stop, and maybe they don't stop. You're taking a chance, or you got to jump out of the way because they're not slowing down. Just a little word of note, another danger for the pedestrians out here, but just got to be on your toes. You can walk anywhere in the world. Like I said, this city is pretty good for walking from what I've seen so far. It's just they don't have respect for pedestrians. It's just a country. There's some countries that are like that. And they're just bad drivers. I'm just straight up saying they're just bad drivers in India. They're pretty good in the cities, minus the pedestrian part, but on the highway, it's just carnage. It's like, so I don't know, they just have different driving skills and habits here. I will say the Indians they're mechanically good drivers, like the way they maneuver and stuff. They have to be. It's just like, it's just crazy the way the driving is. But their principles of driving, how they actually drive in the mass society is terrible. So while they're functionally very good drivers, like on a video game type level, maneuvering and handling and stuff, which you kind of have to be very good at that, or you learn to be very good. Their principles of driving are very poor. So, like not slowing down for pedestrians, or riding like 3 inches behind the other car, going at high speeds. You know, I saw things on the highway that would get you shot in America. People would just pull out a gun and just start firing. Like multiple things on the highway, from Jaipur to. But here it's just normal. That's just how people drive. Okay, here's the like cutting off. Like they'll tailgate you, then they'll go around like cut you off, like right in the middle, right in the highway, going high speeds. You want to make some viral YouTube videos about India? Make some videos about the highway. You gotta get on a big highway, get a taxi. Hello, just keep riding and keep making videos about it. I think people would be like really shocked. Okay, guys, here's you get some incense. Here's people come 30 kilometers just to eat here from other parts of the city. Very famous South Indian food place. They got self-ordering. I'm going to go ahead and order at the counter here. Hopefully this South Indian food is good for my digestion. Oh, they got the cold pressed juice. Green detox.
Sir, please do not allow.
Order here. outside?
Out area, this is not allowed.
This is for order?
Order, this is order.
Order, I'm ordering, yes. Wait for the order.
It is not allowed.
Can I film myself? No? Okay. Says, I just want to film eating, like a food video.
Video shooting is not allowed.
Can I just film, like,
Yeah.
just me? Like, okay. Just myself, not everybody else. Okay. He said, okay, if I just film myself. Yeah, I'll just get a juice. I'll eat here on my own another time. I'll eat something else.
1339. Watermelon. अरे नी चखाऊ भाई वो बोला ही कि ना हज नी चखाऊ अरे भाई नी करो चखाऊ तने बेड़ा फूड पे
I need to shave the side of my hair. It's getting, the sides of my hair are getting long. I'm just getting a drink here real quick, just some juice. I'll record outside. Yeah, it's the first time I got knocked back from a restaurant. But first time in a restaurant. A lot of cool stuff. Got some juice here. I think we're losing signal and it's still going in that building. I lost the signal. It's good. So. Yeah, it's a really nice juice. But yeah, I don't want to be where I'm not welcome, so head out. That was, yeah, killer beetroot juice. I think it had some ginger in there. I could go be back eating at that place every day. The food's good and stuff. Sometimes if you're staying in a hotel, you know, and you got like a really good restaurant, I mean like really good nearby, you just eat there every day. When I was in Kuala Lumpur, I was there for a month the first time I was there in 2018. And I was making videos there. And I remember this Pakistan restaurant was phenomenal, man. And I was just eating there every day. I'd eat other stuff sometimes too. Let's go up this way. But then I went back a second, third time to Malaysia, and I was eating again all the time. My second and third time there, I wasn't quite eating there every day, but I would eat there frequently. Actually, on later visits, maybe the restaurants, sometimes restaurants too, over time, they might not be as good as they once were. So I don't remember it as being as good as it was the first time when I was there. Like, it was just like a couple of years later. So maybe the quality went down a little bit. But it was like $3, $4, $5 for an amazing spread of food. Pakistan food is like Indian food too. They have a lot of the same things, but I just remember that place being very good, man. Phenomenal food. It was right in Bukit Bintang area. Yeah, we're in Pune. But I was gonna get some food Mintu, and I got kicked out of the restaurant by security. So I think this is a problem of like rich neighborhood blues. You know, there's a lot of high-end stuff around here and offices, and that restaurant itself is kind of high-end, like basically high-end street food restaurants. Everybody's up and eating. And when you're in high-end neighborhoods, the camera is a big problem. You can actually be in like a hood and nobody bothers you, but if you're in a high-end neighborhood, you'll get you get some issues. When I was in Mexico City, I was kicked out of a high-end neighborhood. I wasn't kicked out, but there was like security following me around, staring at me in the car, you know. So I'm just gonna the neighborhood was boring anyway, so it's just like houses and walls, gates. There's nothing to see in that neighborhood. I was like, I'm just gonna get out of here, man. Yeah, I didn't know there was no connection. I didn't look down my phone. That's good. It all worked out anyways. We got some street food over here. Very popular street food establishments. Everybody's standing around eating. There's a veg restaurant near or down another street I could go to. Now we're in more of a modern part of the city, but there's older parts we could go to. Like there's different neighborhoods, and maybe. Maybe we can interact a little more. Man, I was walking around here without the camera and nobody really paid attention to me, which is a good thing in India. Nobody pays attention to you, but now that I got the camera, definitely the looks and stuff have increased. And the attention is magnified. Yeah, all I've had is cheesecake and mangoes the last 30 hours, actually 36 hours. Sweets and mangoes, that's it. But there's plenty of places to eat. Man, a lot of trees in this city. Very green city. A lot of trees, nice sidewalks. London School of Economics. Mick Jagger went to the LSD. LSE, I mean. The LSD. He went to the LSD. This place, I might just eat here, quick snack. This place, every time I walk by it, it's like they got a lot of, you see the menu here. A lot of customers. And I'm gonna eat something a little more higher end. I haven't had a meal in a while, so eat something a little more than a sandwich. I could go to the mall and I could get, there's a really good sandwich place. And I get a cappuccino there too at the same sandwich place. The cappuccino might help me keep streaming here tonight for some time. But I have to smuggle the camera in the mall. So the security might not let me take the selfie stick and stuff in. India is pretty laid back about cameras. What I think it is there is like a lot of security concerns. So sometimes when you're in like a mall, or like that was like a really kind of high profile restaurant, high end, you're in something that's really big and notable, they might, you know, that place had 2 security guys, 2 big dudes. That was the guy who came up to me and told me no film. So like if you're in a high profile place, then you might not be able to film. But it's just because they have a heightened sense of security for terrorism in this country. It goes for the malls and stuff too. Yeah, I'll put my camera in the bag, and then I could go to that restaurant in the mall, get a nice sandwich, a cappuccino, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight, just other than walking around. Maybe I'll go into the center of the city or something, because I don't really have anything to do. I mean, what do I usually do on streams? That's a good question. I guess it kind of just happens, it flows. But the way I'm feeling today, with my stomach and the fatigue, I don't think I can make it flow. Maybe India is over preoccupied and worried about terrorism, because I don't know, there haven't really been any notable attacks the last 5 years, has there? I know the big one was in Mumbai. They invaded a hotel in Mumbai like 20 years ago. A movie was made about it. It's like 2005. But that was a long time ago. I mean, we had... Maybe there has been other smaller attacks, but I haven't heard about any. So it's like kind of rearrange your whole society for terrorism. You know, that's what we did with the TSA, the flights. It used to be, you could just go right up to the gates. Very little security, you know. And then they got massive security flights. There's Lima there, Lima Bravo. See, here's some Alfonso mangoes, but I don't want to buy these. These are too expensive. I had some really good mangoes yesterday. I'm going to go back and buy tonight. Actually, I feel like I could pass out, man, or something. I could pass out. I felt like that in the hotel room too before I started streaming. Yeah, something's really off. I don't know. It's not like I'm super sick, but the fact that it's not going away. If anything, it seems like it's getting a little bit worse. Boomers Gaming Cafe, second floor. See if this coffee helps. We'll go to the mall and get a sandwich. Yeah, that's the name of the establishment. It was called Boomers Gaming Cafe on the second floor. Boomers, and over here we got Snowflake. So right next to Boomers is Snowflake. Some the ivermectin didn't seem to do anything. I didn't feel anything good or bad from it. Smoke Bar says after 2 weeks, tapeworm enters the brain. Are you serious? It's been over 2 weeks now. I do feel maybe I should just take tapeworm medicine. Can somebody verify Smoke Bar Patong's comments? Do some research on that. I do feel a little like dizzy, like I passed out or something. Because once it gets to the brain, it's hard to get out. Maybe the brain loves mango. I ate a lot of mango today, or the tapeworm. That tuk-tuk driver actually slowed down. That's pretty rare. Yeah, get back to Bangkok. The thing is, the price is all over the place. Like I did a search last night for Bangkok. It was like 180 bucks. And I did a search today. It was like 270 or something. It's like the prices are, and now if you fly a few days later, it's like 200 again. So the prices are all over the place. The exact same flights and airlines. I don't know if it's like some kind of dynamic pricing or what. Yeah, John, what's going on is back in Thailand. I saw that. He's back in Thailand. He didn't stay in India very long. Maybe he didn't like it. I think Chris's friend, that big dude from Slovenia, he's trying to come to India. He's trying to get a visa. What's his name? So that's the next country everybody's going to be going to. Chris Travels might come here too. After 2 weeks, they start laying eggs. Yeah, there's a lady in the chat that had a tapeworm coming out of her mouth, or like eggs and stuff. Nova, she's in the chat. Oh, he was in India for 40 days? Oh, shit. Milton, yes, I see your comments. Do you have anything of value to add? Tapeworm larvae can travel and infect the brain within weeks. Okay, we're gonna buy some garlic at the markets and papaya. The problem is I don't have a knife to cut the papaya. The garlic can kill the eggs. I think it might actually be tapeworm because I almost like felt it right away when I got it. And like 3 or 4 people have said they have all had it. Like it sounds like it's like 17 days now. It hasn't cleared up. Maybe we gotta get some hardcore medication. There's pharmacies everywhere. I need your guys' help tonight. I need you to help me with medication. We gotta, because it actually got worse today. I felt like. Not only did it not clear up, it's getting worse. What medication do I need to buy to go to the pharmacy here in India? Yeah, I took ivermectin like in Pushkar like a week ago. Didn't do anything. I'm in India. I don't know anything about the hospitals or doctors here, guys. What makes you think I could just get a doctor right away? Yeah, I've had headaches too. Yesterday I had a headache after I flew. And then I had, I ate mango. It actually cleared up though. So I think the headache could have been from dehydration or just like high blood pressure or something. Because fruit has potassium. So sometimes you get high blood pressure because you're not eating enough fruit and a lot of salt. And that's what I've been doing in India, eating a lot of fruit. I mean, eating a lot of salt and no fruit. So that cleared up right away when I had that mango, the headache did. Mebendazole. I haven't had diarrhea. No diarrhea or nausea. Frontier Nomad says your friend visited India, got stomach illness, died 2 months later. Purva says you can see a doctor anytime. Okay. Should I eat and then we go see a doctor? I haven't really eaten much last 36 hours. I don't know. I'm just telling you guys the symptoms I'm feeling, man. I'm paranoid about it, yeah. It's not, Traveling Man says it's not worms. That's why I've been hoping the last 2 weeks, but it hasn't gone away. I did a search on artificial intelligence on Google. I have a flatulence and fatigue. So if you do search artificial intelligence, they said like 7 different things it could be. Not one of them they mentioned was parasites. So it could be one of those other 7 things. All of which are, I think, better than parasites. I don't remember them all. Just do a search. I've had flatulence and fatigue for 2 weeks on Google. That's the search I did, I believe, this morning. It's been longer than 2 weeks now. See what comes up. I was in Bangkok for 2 months in Thailand. It was even hotter there than Thailand. Bangkok was hotter the last month than in India, most of India. So the heat's not a problem. I'm used to the heat. In fact, the heat here hasn't bothered me that much. Weather hasn't bothered me. Yes, I was in Thailand before India. It's pretty humid here. It depends where you go. Some parts of the country are extremely humid. Like Bengal, Calcutta, Andhra Pradesh, they have like 80% humidity. India is massive. It's like a continent. So Rajasthan is not very humid. But other parts are extremely humid. Depends where you go. All right, well, I gotta get a taxi to try to take me to ideally we could go to a gastroenterologist. Guy in the chat from India said they're open till 9. We have time. I don't really have anything to do tonight anyway, so we might as well maybe do that. We need to go to a good hospital. That's what happened to Chrissy Boy. He was in the chat today. He passed out, and he hit his head, and he had food poisoning 3 times. Almost died 3 times. I don't think this isn't food poisoning. This is like irritable bowel syndrome and fatigue. But there's no nauseousness or diarrhea. So that's the good thing. Maybe it is just something minor that hasn't cleared up yet. I haven't had any diarrhea or nauseousness at all. I do feel like there's a stone in my stomach. It comes and goes. It's just like a stone sitting in my stomach. I have felt that ever since this thing has happened. I feel it today. I feel it right now. Just a general physician is enough. Okay. Yeah, we'll find a general physician. I'll just get a taxi to take me to a big hospital. Maybe we'll look it up. I got my other phone with me. So we're sitting here having coffee and a sandwich. I'll go, we'll look up a big hospital. Can you just walk right into the hospital in India, or do you have to have an appointment and stuff? Major highway. It's a major highway, major road. Rush hour traffic. Yeah, I was gonna maybe do that in Thailand. I was gonna do the blood sample and I was gonna do all that in Thailand. But problem is I'm not in Thailand and I might not be able to get there. Even if I fly to Thailand, there's like a 20% chance they're gonna reject me. I'll have to fly back to India, buy a new ticket, spend the night in prison, or fly back to America, which I don't have the money for that. So that would be a nightmare, while also being sick. So that's why I was hoping just to clear this up in India before I go to Thailand. Go to Thailand when I'm healthy. There's no public relations. They do that to thousands of people. It's an immigration holding cell in the airport. So what it is you try to enter the country, and they said, oh, you're not a tourist. You've been here too much, coming here too much. You got to fly back to the country you came from, or fly back to buy a flight. You have to purchase a flight back to your home country. You're gonna spend the night in an immigration holding cell in the airport. It happened to Ghana Drift. It's happened to a lot of people recently. But I think I should be fine because their circumstances were different than mine. I actually have very good, the way I've been traveling is actually very good for getting back into the country. Well, like I said, there is a chance, a significant chance, maybe 10, 20%, 10% maybe. So I did spend 4 months in the country straight recently. But I've been out of the country now for almost a month. But yeah, that country, healthcare system, so it might be really good here in India. I just don't know it, you know. No, Mr. C, you don't have to do that. The healthcare in India is very cheap. Actually be way cheap. Thailand's cheap too, but it'll be way cheaper. So this won't cost any money. It's just a matter of getting like good advice. Like the doctor can identify like, okay, yeah, I've heard this 100 times before. I know exactly what you have and what you need. And understand me speaking in English, you know. Not everybody speaks. A lot of people don't speak that much English in India. Like a lot of people speak a little bit. A few people speak a lot. So you're hoping your doctor is going to be able to speak good English and all these things, and there's a lot of variables here. Hey guys, I'm going to smuggle my the camera into the mall. I need to get some food first, make some coffee, and then we'll go and take the next step. Cambodia Noise says advanced parasite screening and specialist consultation at a major hospital like Ruby Hall will cost $30 to $40. Yes, that's very cheap. Yeah, Purva, I saw your comments. I just think there's like, I would say maybe I said a little, that's unfair. Like a lot of Indians speak a moderate amount. So they speak a decent amount of, I say moderate. So on a scale of like 1 to 5, 4. If English is your second language, right? It's not first, obviously. On a scale of 1 to 5, I would say maybe 60-70% of people, 50 to 60% of people, in my experience, speak a moderate amount, 3. Quite a few people speak a 2 and a 1, or very little, none. And then very few people, maybe 10, 15, 20% speak like really good, like really, really good. But a lot of people speak a moderate, and they understand most of what you were saying. But I would say it's moderate a little. I mean, if you're sitting here in India listening to me, you probably speak really good English, if you can understand everything I'm saying. You're probably in that 10-20%. Also, remember, we're in cities mostly. Cities is where you're going to see the most Indian speakers. You go out some little village in the countryside, they're probably not going to speak that much English there. But I'm just going by my experience. But it is better. I mean, the Indian English is better than most countries that I've, around the world. And like you said, the hawkers, I'm dealing with a lot of hawkers. Maybe the people who speak really good English, I don't really get a chance to talk to too much. Which, like I said, those people are around too. You're hoping your doctor is going to speak really good English, so he knows what you're describing. When I was in Pushkar, I bought that ivermectin from the he was a younger guy, maybe his early 20s, but he spoke pretty good English, and he really seemed to know what he was talking about. Like, he seemed very knowledgeable. He was working at the pharmacy, and he's dealing with people all the time. So. Not bad. I remember exactly where it was. Is it on the basement floor or this floor? Pretty sure it's on this floor. Purva, I haven't eaten any American food in India, dude. You sound like you're from India. All I've been eating is, I was in Rajasthan for a long time. I was eating tons of thalis, Rajasthani thali. And a lot of like lassis and curd, yogurt. I did have a fair bit of fried food. I was eating kachori, which is fried, and some potato chips. That stuff is, could cause a little issue for a day or two if you're eating too much fried food, but not for 3 weeks. And I haven't even had any fried food in like, a few days. Yeah, I haven't eaten any American food in India. I don't. There's maybe the cheesecake I had at Tim Hortons. I do eat sweets. Must be in the basement level, guys. This sandwich place. I just saw a white dude. He was walking with a pretty Indian lady. I've actually seen that quite a few times. Like only a few times, but so there are foreigners dating here. So it's possible. It's a good thing to see if you're interested in doing that. just saw one in the mall. Kind of shocked to see me. It's like, dude, I don't care. You're a foreigner, man. I got parasites. I got bigger issues than you, dude. It's okay if two foreigners cross paths. I know there's not that many foreigners in the city, but you don't have to freak out when you see one. I got parasites I'm dealing with, man. I mean, he wasn't freaking out. He just looked a little, I don't know, like he was like noticing me. We crossed paths. That's the thing with travelers, though. When you're in a rural local area, especially for a long time, you get like a syndrome. Like this happened to people in Japan. Like English teachers that would stay in like say a small Japanese city, where they often get relocated to, there's hardly any foreigners, you know. It's almost like they feel like they own that place. Like that's my part of Japan, you know. It's like a territorial instinct. So like when they do see another foreigner, which might be once in a blue moon, it's like a very uncomfortable moment for them. Just seeing another foreigner walking down the street, which they might not see for like a month. That only applies to, like I said, in places that don't have any foreigners. Like if you're in Tokyo or Bangkok, there's foreigners everywhere. So that wouldn't really apply. It's a very well-known syndrome among the Japanese, the expat community. Not so much the ones in Tokyo, though. The expats in Tokyo are very friendly. A lot of times, too, it's these guys, too, they go local, so they learn, like, Japanese, and it's like a disturbance to see a foreigner. It's like, it disturbs them a little bit. It's a territorial instinct, you know. People have territorial instinct just like animals do. I mean, if somebody comes into your, let's say you got a house, you know, you don't think you have territorial instinct. Somebody just comes and walks in your house, sits down on the sofa, turns on the TV. You definitely got territorial instinct there. Like, who are you? Why are you in my house? B says, get back to Thailand ASAP. I can't find this sandwich shop I want. I specifically for this sandwich shop. It looked really good. I want to read your guys' comments, but I'm also trying to find this sandwich shop. So Cambodia Noise said Ruby Hall. Go to Ruby Hall. So I take it Ruby Hall is the name of a hospital here in this city. Yeah, I need a sandwich, man. We gotta get a sandwich. Yeah, I have been getting a lot of salt in my diet. That's something that would clear up. It's not gonna cause you 3 weeks. I didn't say I haven't eaten Western food. I mostly haven't eaten Western, especially not American food. But I specifically wanted this sandwich today. There's a McDonald's right there. I don't want McDonald's. Haven't eaten at McDonald's yet. The last couple of days I have gotten a little bit sick of Indian food. Yeah, the parasites love sugar. They really, they found a great host. So here it is. I found it. Like, we love this guy, man. They're throwing a party. Okay, I found this sandwich shop. Let's get a cappuccino and a sandwich. Yeah, this is like the first proper sandwich I've had in India. I saw it walking by. It looks really good. So you can get a ham and cheese right here. You get a pepperoni pizza. I don't want to film too much because I might get kicked out of the mall or something. Tomato and mozzarella sandwich. Pretty good. Pesto chicken and sourdough. Might get the pizza and cappuccino. Pepperoni pizza, pepperoni's pork. I guess this is like a foreign chain or something, a French chain. I guess they can have it because they're French. Maybe I shouldn't get the pepperoni because they don't have pork in India anywhere. So it's a little bit suspect. Artichoke pizza. Oh, he's putting out some new sandwiches, multi-grain chicken, fresh off the printing presses. Guess I'll get a chicken sandwich. Hello, how's it going? Can I have a multi-grain chicken sandwich? Fair, yeah. Yeah. I'll sit. Okay. They serve you direct. A lot of people here. Popular place. Thank you. Okay. Oh yes, I'll have a cappuccino and just a glass of water. Yeah, this is a French chain. Normally you would never see pepperoni or pork in India. No pork or beef anywhere. I'm just gonna eat this, then we're gonna go to the hospital or something. I got these bloating tablets I haven't taken yet. I didn't take these. Okay, so this Cambodia noise said Ruby Hall. Let's see where that's at. It's nearby here. Ruby Hall Clinic, 5.2 kilometers away. Thank you, Mateo, for this research here. Yeah, here's the Ruby Hall Hospital. It's got bad reviews, 2.7 stars. So the clinic is closed. There's emergency clinic, another clinic. That's a subway station. Divorce says Ruby Hall Clinic is good. All right, I guess we'll go there after this food. Yeah, the internet went out a minute ago. I'm just getting some food and a coffee first. Cora says, my stomach's not upset. I don't have nauseous. I haven't had that at all. It's fatigue, flatulence, and like a stone in my stomach. All right, here we go. Here's our sandwich. They warmed it up. I don't like warm sandwiches. It's all right. I'm hungry. And he says I could have old growth. Yeah, that's what a pharmacist said. If you had a bad infection, you would have diarrhea or nauseousness, which I haven't had. The bad thing, though, is it hasn't cleared up. And today it was actually getting worse. 17 days, 18 days of this. Yeah, my strategy for things like this in the past is always just to wait it out. Don't take medicine. Things always clear up in a few days, usually. 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week. But something lasting this long has me worried. Got a cappuccino coming too. Dude, I had a lot of fermented food, a ton of ginger. I was pounding the ginger in a push cart, the juice stand. Every meal in Rajasthan was had the fermented tallies and the yogurts. I had a ton of probiotics. It hasn't helped. The only thing maybe I could have more of is garlic and the papaya seeds. I I didn't have any papaya seeds and garlic only once. Wow, look at that cappuccino. Thank you. That's a heavy duty cappuccino, guys. Look at that. One thing I was thinking maybe the issue could be too much dairy, because I eat a lot of dairy in India, all the butter, cheese, paneer, ghee, and eat tons of dairy, man. It could be like a lactose intolerance, because I don't eat that much dairy regularly. In Thailand, I eat like no dairy, or a little bit of cheese or yogurt once in a while. America, I eat more dairy, but still not that much. Maybe it's all the dairy, Indian dairy too. They put dairy in everything here. It's a big part of the diet. Yeah, the dairy too is probably not the same as the dairy in America. So yeah, that could be the culprit. Just my body's not used to the dairy here. Nothing to do with a vegetarian. When I did the 6-pack challenge in Thailand, I was just eating tons of sugar, fruits, rice, very little meat. I only had meat like a few times in 2 months. No dairy products. I was feeling great. The last day of my 6-pack challenge, I was like running up and down Pratunok Hill doing jump rope. I didn't get sick during that time or anything. Didn't have any issues with that diet for 2 months. High carb diet, a sugar diet. Everything has milk though, because like even the tea, I drink a lot of tea, chai, it's just straight up milk. The cappuccinos, I was drinking a lot of cappuccinos in Jodhpur. Again, that's milk. Yeah, it could be a lot of things, but the parasite's the scariest one. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, cancer is more scary. That'd be worse, a lot worse. So it could be anything, man. We gotta go to the doctor. Yes, Ivy, that's correct. But like I said, I gotta take care of this here in Asia. I can't go back to America, either here or Thailand, because I don't have any access to any healthcare in America. Even I can go to the emergency room, you know, if I broke my leg or something, had an accident, but that's about it. I just need a checkup or something like this, some attention. There's nowhere to go. Rennie Rock says the corner store Ladu. What's that? Yeah, it started around like day 11, day 12 in Jodhpur. No way. Yeah, it started in Jodhpur. 13 or something. I was just getting over a cold I had for 4 or 5 days. And then I had this. That's like 17, 18 days now. Might get another sandwich, man. I'm hungry. Ronnie Rocks, are you talking about in Jodhpur? But yeah, all kinds of stuff everywhere. Bad excuses, yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it did start in Jodhpur. Good cappuccino. After the dates. Yeah, definitely not. Dates are dried fruits are one of the safest things you can eat. And also they even say dates are like anti-parasitical. Here's some foods that are anti-parasitical. Garlic. They said pumpkin seeds. A lot of places said pumpkin seeds. I didn't know that. Papaya seeds. Don't want to eat too many of them because they can be poisonous in a large quantity, but some of them it's okay. Ronnie says they prepare laddu. Oh, Ronnie, are you from Jodhpur? I met some people from Jodhpur. This guy really knows. They prepare laddu in an unhygienic way and keep it there for days, even wrap them around those sweets. Well, I think I met Ronnie as an Indian viewer from Jodhpur. He might have met me at that sweet stand. I didn't just eat sweets. I was eating other things there. I had the like the fried kachori snack. I was eating that a lot there too. Oh, you're from Dubai. Okay. How do you know that's a bad sweet place? I didn't even have that many. I was eating more of the fried kachori. I did have some sweets there. Well, who knows? It's something got me, man. Something. Ted says no one who has met you actually watches. There's hundreds of people who've met me and watched. Jay Easy is right here in the chat. I met him in Ohio. Tons of people have met me, dude. And they watch too. Well, yeah, man. Thank you, Ronnie Rocks, man. Maybe you're right. Yeah, that's not good. Maybe I got some kind of contamination. No, there are people in India. When I was in Hyderabad, that family, they've been watching me for, the guy still comes in the chat. That family I met in Hyderabad, he's a mod here. He every once in a while he stops in the chat. So that's not even true either. There are people I met in real life that follow the channel. But you do sort of have a point a little bit, like most of the people I've met, they don't become big subscribers, but there are a few that have. There are some that have over the years. Like people I met in the Appalachian Trail, I don't think anybody followed me or even said hello. I told them my channel, made vlogs, and I didn't get any people from the Appalachian Trail that met. Night Watchman says, Google says 40 to 60% of people who visit India come up with the same symptoms as you did. That's, well, then maybe not much to worry about. It's voluntary, but it's like, especially it's most at night and the morning. Like 50 times in the morning and nighttime. But yeah, it's voluntary. Flatulence. What's up, kiddo? Yeah, like sometimes in the morning when I'm waking up laying in bed, it could be like 20 times right there in an hour. I got one kind of loading up right now. But I will say they're not very smelly. There's like no smell with them, so. All right, so at least I haven't detected any smell. Like almost no smell with these, so. So I guess we can rule out Giardia, because Mark Ryder says they're very smelly. No, I sometimes have very smelly fart, like anybody's stinky. But in this situation, this instance, they just don't have any smell at all. We were right by the airport staying, and they got a flight 7:30 in the morning to Bangkok. I could just go to Bangkok and take care of it there. No, it's not painful, the stone in the stomach. It's kind of like, it's just like something that's there, but it's not painful. But something too isn't normal there. It's not painful or nauseous. But like I said, if Thailand rejects me, this could be a disaster. Then I got to buy an expensive flight back to India. I got to spend all day and all night in immigration detention. So if they reject me, it'd be a disaster. That's why I wanted to hold off going to Thailand for another couple of weeks, maybe. Wait till I get my YouTube paycheck and everything. But I could, money is not really a problem because, I could have people send me emergency funds, borrow money. I got credit cards still available. So the money is really not an issue. I have plenty of money to go to Thailand. It's just, I guess, the fear of getting rejected. Yeah, that guy that sold me the ivermectin, he wanted to sell me probiotics too, like a vial form of probiotics. You take a vial a day, 700 rupees for a 10. So I might get another sandwich, guys. It was a really good sandwich. Actually, it wasn't that great, but I was hungry. It tasted pretty good. All right, I'll go to the doctor yet tonight. I'm getting another sandwich first. Let's see, what kind of sandwiches do I want? They have maybe the tomato mozzarella. Yeah, take the medicine you just showed us. That's for gas. I could just take that tonight. I'll show that to the doctor. Oh yeah, another reason I want to go to Thailand because of Songkran. I don't want to go to Songkran. Hey, there's a couple more foreigners. There are some foreigners in the city. There's a few here, though. But the fatigue is real too, man. Like I had a lot of fatigue today. I slept until like noon, 11. I had 2 big coffees. And I went back, like I streamed for a couple hours. I went back to sleep, laid around in the bed. I did that all afternoon, all day afternoon. The fatigue was like worse today. Like things aren't getting better. Can I get one more sandwich? Mozzarella tomato sandwich?
Tomato sandwich.
Yeah, mozzarella tomato.
Was good.
Get another sandwich. India not easy for a Magnum. Don Boss says I should get a colonoscopy. I never have bowel or digestive issues, guys. Like, this is abnormal. It's just because something in India has got me. I'm not too worried about that. This sandwich I actually want tahito. This sandwich I could actually want tahito. It melts the mozzarella. Well, we got 180 in the chat. Big ups, guys. Hit the thumbs up. So I know it's just been a health talk. India will... You see right now I'm sitting in a very luxurious mall eating a nice French cafe, sandwiches, cappuccinos. I do a bit of that, but I've also been rough eating street food and, you know, staying in some shitty hotels, things like that. So you can't just stay in luxury all the time. I suppose you could. Something on the streets probably got me. Hey, big ups Chris B with the 5 British pounds. Thank you. Thank you, Chris B. Thank you, Chris B. Crispy. We need that super chat, man. First super chat of the day here. Yeah, Punchar though, this has been going on for like 17 days and it's not clearing up. And even Google says after 2 weeks, if IBIS symptoms don't clear up, go to the doctor. It could be something more serious. Yeah, it's been like 18 days or something. It all started when I had that cantaloupe in Jodhpur. It's a cantaloupe and tea. It was shady. The worst tea I had and a shady cantaloupe. It was probably one of those two things. Because that's what I felt like an hour or two later. It hasn't stopped since. I had like a shady cup of tea from a shady tea stand and a shady cantaloupe in Jodhpur. It was like 18 days ago. It was on live stream. It was one of those two things, probably. I am in Maharashtra, India. Second biggest province of India. I think it's the second biggest. Uttar Pradesh is the biggest. I am a traveling live streamer. So what I do is I live stream and I travel different parts of the world. So. Also, India is good because it's very cheap for me. It's like very affordable. which I was running low on money. Good. I think it was Chris B next to the super chat. Farrington, yeah, I think so, man. I think so, yeah. Yeah, I would say yes. Any special reasoning for visit Pune, Walt? There was a logistic reason and the mangoes. It's the mango capital of the world. And it's not too big of a city like Mumbai. Oh, yeah, still drinking? It's not too big of a city like Mumbai. Escape says go to Ireland next. It's all going down there. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of Ireland videos recommended. Should I fly? I could fly right to Ireland, stream the craziness, or make vlogs about it. What's going on in Ireland? I was getting some YouTube videos recommended, but I didn't click on them. It's like something happening in Ireland. Yeah, the dates were delicious, those Iranian dates. They were very good. I was actually going to try to find more of them. I can't really afford Europe. I would only go somewhere like Ireland if I knew I was going to make some big bucks on YouTube. Like, there's crazy stuff going on in the streets, I could film it. And I know I would get like hundreds of thousands of views in live stream. And then I would maybe go. Otherwise, I can't just afford to go around there and bounce around like I'm doing now in India. Way too expensive. When you open your eyes wide, you saw something swim by. Are you serious? Dude, get him. Don't joke about that, man. That's not something funny to joke about. Get him. Were you joking or not? I guess you're joking then. Yeah, but I didn't bring my camping equipment. It's all back in America. Okay, yeah. You're just joking. I'm gonna go to a clinic after the sandwich. Just getting some more food. Yeah, my eyes are a little bit red. Too many broke potheads in Pattaya. That's funny. Too many broke potheads in Pattaya. Okay. Here we got their sandwich here. Mozzarella pesto tomato. really good. This is better than the other sandwich I have. It'd be kind of funny if Pattaya became some kind of like the broke backpacking pothead capital of Asia. When it's a city that's known for like that runs on money. This might be too much food. Yep, some of the most stunning on the planet, man. You got lettuce that's kind of like gold. Jenny says, don't drink the ice, they drag it on the ground. Yeah, I've had a lot of ice cubes as well. This lettuce is like old lettuce. The sandwich is still good though. Yeah, but you can't worry about everything you eat. Like I've been eating street food in Thailand for 20 years. I never got sick from food in Thailand. I didn't get sick from food here either. So you can be a little bit careful, but you can't just go around worrying about everything. Otherwise, you might as well stay home. Like a lot of these YouTubers, they'll make videos about India, you know, but they're in like the rough neighborhoods and cheap hotels. So these Indians will come in. I don't know where they come from. Are they like rich Indians? Are they overseas Indians making a lot of money? It's like they expect you to stay at the Hilton and eat at places like this all the time. Nobody comes here to experience that. Like, yes, that is an option as a tourist. You can stay at 5-star hotels and eat at 5-star restaurants and get a taxi to take you the entire time. but that's not how most people travel. Most people can't even afford to travel that way. Only rich people can afford to travel that way, or for very short periods of time. So, all over YouTube, you see these comments from Indians saying, "Oh, there's another traveler with a $10 budget." It's like this elitism. It's like the only reason that you're having problems is because you're traveling on a budget. You should be staying in 5-star hotels. Is their logic, which is really faulty logic. I was gonna eat at that South Indian place, but I got kicked out because the camera, so I can't hear it. I was gonna go to that South Indian place and get some mangoes. I could just get some mangoes tonight and take that medicine. See if that clears it up. Or should I go to the hospital? I got this in the pharmacist in, what city was it? Jaipur? I think it was Jaipur. Gave me this. Mintu said this is good, safe. Well, it says here, active kidney injury is adverse drug reaction to this product. That's kind of scary. That's why I didn't take it. Pentorite DSR. Ryan Boundless is a mod here. He stops here sometimes in the chat. He's disappeared from YouTube though. He disappears for like a year or two every once in a while. Some big troll made a video about him. She got 500,000 views. Some lady troll from England. And she must have been watching him for years and just stockpiling the evidence, like not evidence, but like footage. She probably found him when he was in Africa. Because she's a black lady in England, so she must have like, oh, I hate this guy, you know. So she started downloading footage, and yeah, made a hit video on him. Hey, big ups Trey, thanks for the $2. I imagine somebody will probably do the same about me at some point, but you know, I'm a nice guy, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. I pay here. Oh, okay. Ryan's a nice guy too, but he's just misunderstood. Did I pay here? Okay. But yeah, Ryan's a small YouTuber, you know, and he's still like, this lady made a video about him. She's kind of a big YouTuber. Everything like these malls and stuff, coffees have been paying a credit card. So I just stretch out my cash wallet. Not really spending that much. Spent like maybe $70 on credit card last week. Okay, how much was it?
1039.
Yeah, those videos in Africa were pretty kind of cringe. He was like doing it on purpose for some reason. He was trying to get a lot of views. Like, it's not working. Not work. Oh, okay. Credit card's not working for some reason. I used it this morning multiple times. There's plenty of money on there. Plenty of open space. I pay cash. It's kind of expensive. I gotta stick to the. I wanted a sandwich, a couple sandwiches. A little bit of a splurge. And a cappuccino, $10. Thanks, sir. All right, we're gonna go to the hospital. What time is it here? It is 20. Let's get another drink. Let's get like an ice cold drink, like a soda water or lime soda. I want to see if my credit card works. It should. If it doesn't work in a second place, then maybe I gotta go to my call my bank. And then we'll go take a taxi to the hospital. It might be getting too late to go to the hospital. Might be getting too late. Maybe I should take that medicine and eat some mangoes and see if it clears up tomorrow. Give it one more day to clear up. But yeah, that smoke bar patong, he said 2 weeks it could start going into your brain if it's tapeworm. If you don't get rid of it in 2 weeks. And that's what has me scared. Because that medicine is not for parasites either. It's just for gas. That's not going to do anything to the parasites. Yeah, the mango market's opening soon. It opens at 8:30. We could get some garlic. Well, here's a problem with India. Like, this is a big problem with India. Like in Thailand, you know, they eat a lot of rice. And it's easy to find rice wherever you go. You just want like a little bowl of rice. It's easy to get. You even get it at 7-Eleven. India, they eat a lot of bread. And sometimes I just want some chapati, nothing else. I don't want to sit down in a restaurant. I don't want like a bunch of thalis and curries. I just want some bread. But like, you can't find bread anywhere. I just want bread, that's it. It's like right now, tonight, I could use some bread to go with the garlic. I want to get some raw garlic to kill the parasites. But I don't know, I need bread to go with it. You can't eat raw garlic by itself, it's too painful. So that's a problem with India, is like, where do you find bread at? I suppose you could stop at any restaurant and have them just give you some bread, you pay for it. But it's just not easy to find bread. Bank of America just confiscated your card to ATM in Thailand. ATM swallowed it. What's BOA? That's Bank of America. There's no Bank of America in Thailand. I just need a drink, not a coffee. I just need like a soda drink or something. I'm thirsty. Okay, I'm gonna go to the hospital. It's 5 kilometers away. We'll take a taxi. We'll see what they say. But if they're closed or something, I'm gonna have to go another time. Devi says Pune House. Devi is from, she lives in Pune. She says the Pune hospitals will be closed. So she's saying the hospital is going to be closed, guys. So here's a tea place. I mean, maybe they don't close the emergency room, but the general checkup, all that stuff could be closed. She just says closed. No, this is just a credit card. So I've been charging, I got 2 credit cards and I have a PayPal debit card. Those are my financial instruments. My actual bank debit card where the YouTube money goes, I don't have access to, but I can transfer it to my PayPal, or I can pay off credit card purchases with it. So I have 4 financial instruments. I have my bank account where the YouTube money goes every month. That's my main source of funds. If I don't have a debit card to directly access those funds, I could transfer those to PayPal, my PayPal card. That's what I've been doing the last 5 months. That's how I get cash out of the ATM. And then I have 2 credit cards. And I can charge things on the credit cards like hotels and stuff, and then pay it with my bank account as well. So that's my financial instruments. But one of the credit cards that I have been using the last week just didn't work a minute ago for some reason, even though there's not that much money charged on it. So it's well below the limits. I had a debit card for my bank account. If you remember, some people might remember when I first got overseas in Japan, I was live, and that debit card, I brought the wrong debit card. I brought the one that expired. I didn't bring the new one. But I was lucky I had a PayPal debit card with me. That's what I've been using the entire time. I've been in Asia, so last 6 months, 5 months, 5 or 6 months. Okay, I don't see, there's a food court over here. Let's go to the food court. We'll get a cheap drink. So yeah, those are my financial. Now, if I lose that PayPal card somehow, which I haven't done, but if I did, it'd be very hard for me to get any money out of the ATM. I'd probably have to try to leave Asia. Have to book a flight. So you want to carry two debit cards. Not travel with one, but I did bring 2. I brought the PayPal, and I thought I brought the another debit card, my bank account, but I brought the wrong one. But I can't fly. It was already in Asia. I couldn't fly back to America just for a debit card. So I've been making do with what I have. It's been fine. Also, I sold some stuff. Like in Japan, I sold some camera lenses. I actually sold a lot of stuff. I sold a laptop and some camera gear and some magic cards. And that was actually, that cash was keeping me going for like 2-3 months. I didn't even need to get any money. I was just like spending the cash I had from Japan yet. Like the first 2-3 months, about 2 or 3 months I was in Asia, I was just running off the cash from sales. So it was only like a few months ago that I needed to start withdrawing cash. But the problem was like the first 2 months I was here, I didn't make any money because I was trying vlogging. So I was spending all this money and not making anything. So that's why I kind of got into the situation I'm in. Plus I was spending pretty, I wasn't really traveling that cheap. Here's a Popeye's chicken coming soon. They got Nando's. There's Nando's and Popeye's. I don't want to film too much because you're not supposed to be filming. But if I could just get over this illness, I've been sick in India for 3 weeks, cold and then stomach or digestive issues. I would be, I could be doing all kinds of stuff. I've done pretty well the last 3 weeks despite illness. Like I've done 30 hours of streaming in 4 days in India recently, and traveling. So despite being slowed down by, I've still been working despite having some illnesses. Here's a cocktail. Okay, it's going on. Yeah, it's looking. Yeah, like I did 12 hours in Pushkar and Ajmer, and then 8 hours the next day, and like 8 hours the day after that in Jaipur. But this cold, the cold I had for 5 days was worse than this. Like I can still function and do things. The fatigue is kind of, it's something, but it's not crippling. This ibis is not crippling. I can go out and do stuff. Even today I'm doing things. It's just I'm sleeping a little more. Sometimes I'm tired, in my hotel room. And mostly at night, in the morning, I have the gas, extreme levels of gas and flatulence. So that's not really stopping me from doing things. At the food court, trying to find a drink to eat, try my credit card out. Robert says I've been burning the candle at both ends. I don't think so. Like, I think India has been actually pretty smooth. Other than this. Well, I'll say, Rajasthan was a pretty intense place. Like, psychologically. But it wasn't a bad place. It's just, you gotta handle it. You gotta be able to handle it. Now I'm in a little bit more relaxed part of India, a little more chill. There's actually nothing against Rajasthan. I'm actually kind of glad to leave there. When I got here, I was pretty happy to leave Rajasthan for 3 weeks. I don't know, it's just... There's places I go in countries and regions where I'm relieved to leave. Like I was in the Dominican Republic for a week. I was kind of happy to get out of there when I was leaving. I was flying to Puerto Rico. I was like, escape from Dominican Republic. I felt that way about Rajasthan too, but it's not to like put down Rajasthan. It's a popular place for tourists to go. It's a big province. It's very unique, very exotic. But it's just a lot of culture. But like I said, it just hits pretty hard. But there are a lot of really great people, a lot of friendly people, and some very beautiful places and cities and sites. Let's go here and get a lemon soda. Yeah, that numbers are big. That's the vertical stream. The vertical stream is how you get new subscribers, new people. I've just been doing face cam too this whole stream. Sorry, yeah. They got Ras Mali here. Had that in Delhi. It's pretty good. Like he says, take antibiotics. I'm just trying to get a drink. It's taking a long time, man. This place. I just want to get something to drink, anything, a Coke. I'll just get a drink outside. Here's Burger King. But sometimes it's taken a long time to get something. There was a guy, I was waiting in line there. There was a guy, he asked me if you were waiting in line. That's rare. A lot of times people just cut in front of you and you're waiting there, just get cut in front of all the time. That guy was cool, he asked. You waiting? But I gave him my spots. All right, let's leave the mall, guys, or I get find a drink somewhere else. There's some drink places downstairs. Yeah, you get cut. Thailand will cut in front of you too. So mostly at the 7-Eleven. It's both foreigners and Thais. But yeah, there's a bit of a problem with cutting. I really don't like cutting. It's very very rude to me, but people do it a lot. But here it's pretty bad too, especially in stores. And the thing with cutting too is like you're waiting. This happened to me in the mall in Uniqlo. I was in Pattaya. I was trying to buy some shirts or underwear or something, and like 3 people in a row cut in front of me. I was like a big scary Russian guy. So I wasn't going to say anything to him. And then like a couple foreigner ladies, they were pretty, so I couldn't say anything to them. It was like 3 people in a row, so I didn't even get a chance to check out. People just kept cutting in front of me, even though I was standing right there in line. So like, if cutting is so bad, you never get a chance to buy anything because people keep cutting in front of you. And I've seen that in kind of India too, where it's kind of gotten like that sometimes. But usually it's at the 7-Eleven where people cut. In Thailand, here it's could be anywhere. Also, too, sometimes like the line is ambiguous. Like you don't really know where the line begins or ends. There's just like there's somebody at the cashier. There's people standing. Like I had this happen yesterday. I was trying to wait in line to get on the plane, and there were all these people. I thought they were in line, but they were just standing there by the plane. I was standing behind them, and the actual line was like somewhere else. So I wasted a bunch of time standing behind these people that were just standing really close to this. But they weren't even boarding the plane. It was like they were just standing there. It looked like a line, and it wasn't. So like all of these problems with the line. So the countries that have very good orderly line, I like that. That's a good thing. But some of these shops, it's like they got the cashier, and there'll be like somebody standing waiting behind the cashier, and you try to like stand behind them and like so you claim the space and like to give, but you're not trying to invade the person's space, like so you're not standing close enough. So then somebody kind of like cuts in front of you because you're trying to give some personal space, you know, to the people in front of you. You're being respectful. But then like somebody edges their way in, and like and then another guy comes the other side, edges their way in. All you're trying to do is stand in line. You're standing 2 feet behind the person, you know, like a normal person would do. So that's just a little rant about the lines. Okay, if we go downstairs, there's some places. I just want to get something to drink. Hey, Devori from Poon, I saw your question. She said, what are my symptoms? 17 days, I've had a lot of gas, flatulence. Gas, especially at night and in the morning. It hits the hardest. A lot of flatulence, a bit of feels like a little bit like a small stone in my stomach. But I haven't had any diarrhea or nauseousness. None of that. And then some fatigue. And all these symptoms, the flatulence has been pretty consistent, but the fatigue and the stone thing have been on and off. So 17 days of this, those are my symptoms. No, it's not the lines that are the problem. It's A, disorderly lines where people don't properly stand in line, and then the cutting in line. The cutting in line, which is a very common thing here in India. But it actually hasn't been that bad though. It could be worse. Probably some places it is worse, cutting in line. I was getting off the metro train in India, in Delhi, like by the airport. And this is another thing that's really, people shouldn't do, but it's common here. It's like, I'm trying to exit the train and there was like 50 people trying to get on the train. You know, in a train system, you gotta let the people get off the train first, just like you gotta let the people get off the elevator before you try to board the elevator or the train. So like I had to fight my way through like 50 people. Like they wouldn't let the people off. That was pretty crazy. I guess that happens all the time. You just have to like fight your way through people. Like they don't create space when it's busy, you know, when it's really busy. When it's not busy, it's not a problem. So, but I think these things, you know, the train system in Delhi is new, so I guess they're gonna have to, I don't know, man, they're gonna have to figure that out or something. Can't believe they do that every day. Well, I'll say the behavior and the manners have been pretty good, you know, in India. I said it's just a few instances like that, so I'm not really criticizing India. It's been generally good. I'd say about the same as Thailand. But those are just a few things, you know, that I've noticed a few times. Okay, I want to drink, but I don't want to pay too much money. I only want to pay like $1. If it's too expensive, I'm going to get something outside. Divi says it's too late for the hospital. I mean, as long as they didn't like a serious tapeworm parasite thing, I'm not too worried about it, you know, or it'll go away, or I'll take some medicine. But if it's some terrible tapeworm, that's what has me worried. Something like that. Maybe I'll do some reading tonight. Maybe we'll go to the hospital tomorrow. Yeah, it's not gone away in 3 weeks. It's not quite 3 weeks, but it's getting close. Hey, what's up, Chrissy boy? Big ups, man. kind of drinks do they have here? Chayos. Yeah, hopefully it's not that. What worries me is it hasn't gone away. So I gotta try to. I gotta try to get rid of this. All right, guys, there's really nothing to drink in this mall. We're gonna leave, go outside. I just need anything, even like a Coca-Cola. I need something to wash down those sandwiches and the coffee. And a lot of beautiful women in this city. I think they were beautiful in Rajasthan too, but they're all like kind of covered up. They cover up their face, but I would kind of look through that veil sometimes, and I would see some very beautiful women. You can still kind of see through the veil a little bit. They're not all covered up there. I think Rajasthan is just more traditional. They're a little bit more traditional culture. It's a little bit more modern here. At least in this city. Maybe if you go in the country, it's like Rajasthan. All right, let's get out of here, this mall. Maybe we'll find something to drink on the streets. Actually, I was gonna walk to that fruit market. The fruit market, we'll get some garlic. They had other stuff there, they had vegetables. So what we'll do is we'll find some bread. We'll eat a bunch of raw garlic tonight. Then we'll eat some mangoes. And see how we feel tomorrow. I was thinking if I came to Pune, this is the mango capital of the world, I was just going to eat a bunch of mangoes for a week and everything would be fine. But what worried me was like the symptoms actually get worse today with the mango eating. So they got a little bit worse. All right, we're back on the streets here. So this is a very busy street. I need to go that way about a mile or two, so maybe I'll take an auto rickshaw. Yeah, but garlic will but garlic kills eggs and parasites. It might not kill if it's a tapeworm, it might not kill the tapeworm, but it'll kill the eggs. That's what I read. The sulfur and stuff, compounds. And the parasite's not gonna like it either. Now what you do is you eat the raw garlic, you combine it with bread so you can get it down, it's palatable. And then the mangoes also will balance, like, fruit is like pH alkaline or neutral. Plus, it's just good for you, fruit. So that'll balance out the acidity. So that's what we're gonna try tonight, and then we're gonna. I gotta get an auto rickshaw. There's some here, but I don't want to get overcharged. So I don't have to go very far. Let's see here. So I gotta go to Chandan Nagar. I gotta go to Chandan Nagar. Hello, sir. Auto? Might be waiting somebody. Hello, auto? I go Chandan Nagar. Chandan Nagar Wholesale Market. Chandan Nagar? No? No? Yep, there. You know? Okay. 50 rupee? 50 rupee? No? 70? They don't want to go less than 100. Okay, 100. Okay, DV, can you leave a comment on one of my videos or live streams? Just the name of the clinic. If I stay in Pune, which I might be here for 4 or 5 days, I'll consider going to that clinic. If you can just write it down on or leave a comment on my videos, or any video or live stream will do. I'll see the comments. Flat Irish. No, nothing. You haven't said anything bad. Not that I remember. I don't take really offense to anything. It's just I've had people say terrible things about me, and some of them are moderators of my channel. I don't hold a grudge, but I will. I will bite back. I'm like the dog that will bite you if you go after it, but it forgets it the next day. So you know. I won't take use laying down. You might get bit. I bit Ricky Drama the other day, sick grandpa. But I don't hold a grudge about it either. Or you know, doesn't eat me up inside. But as you in particular, I don't know anything you've said, anything bad. There's one person who said the worst things and the terrible things, and it took me 5 years to break off all communication with him. So that one person I will not be named, and I will not be engaging. And even him I was tolerant, forgiving for years and years. Oh, you said you have more gas than Kuwait? That's just, yeah, that's funny, man. Yeah, I don't take offense. People joke around all the time. Yeah, I have had a lot of gas. Yes, yeah, okay. I gotta cross the street. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. I hear, okay, sir, okay. Yeah, these tuk-tuks, they don't use oil, they use something called CNG. Thank you. They use CNG, like you see on the back of the tuk-tuk. A lot of the cars do too. So like oil price only affects diesel stuff, like trucks. Okay, there's a market up here where I bought the mangoes. I'm going back to buy these mangoes. They were amazing, man. Most delicious mangoes. But I'm gonna buy some garlic too while I'm there. And I might be able to stop in a restaurant and walk back to my hotel and just get some bread for the garlic. This guy didn't take me to the right place, or did he? Yeah, he did. Okay. Where we're going? We're going to the Chandar Nagar Wholesale Vegetable Market. Opens at 8:30. And I'll walk back to my hotel. It's about a mile. Yesterday I didn't take the tuk-tuk. I just walked both ways to this market. Bought some mangoes. This is like some of the truckers stop here. I saw some last night walking by here, like 9 o'clock at night. There were trucker bars and stuff, people drinking, trucker hangouts. So I guess this is like a big highway. So if you like to drink, you can drink in the city. Yeah, this is like a local neighborhood trucker hangout and fruit and vegetable market. We haven't got. Here's a little drinking place right here, little drinking hole. They might not like me filming, so I'm gonna do a quick little drive-by film. Right there, a little drinking place. The vegetable market's up here somewhere. Okay, I got the gas ripping now, big time, man. The gas is ripping. Here's how I know I'll get better, because the gas has been so consistent at night and sleeping in the morning. If that stops, I'll probably, I assume I'd probably be better. It's definitely not stopping now. I might take a tuk-tuk back to my room. I don't know if I want to walk it right now. I'll just show you guys this market. I'll buy some things to end the stream. Okay, the market starts here. You got to make a right here. They actually have a lot of markets in this city. One of the things I didn't like about northern India is they didn't seem to have these kind of markets. So I'll show you. They got a couple shops here. But all up in there, there's all kinds of fruit and vegetable sellers. Yeah, I didn't see much of this like in Rajasthan, where people are selling. There were people, like a few people here or there selling some stuff. Those are figs. It's like all kinds of great fruits here. So that's 2 shops here, but then you got a whole bunch up here. This is open every night. A big fruit and vegetable market. All kinds of exotic fruits too. I've seen stuff I've never seen before up here. That's garlic right there. Garlic peels. There's a lot of people here. Everybody's here is buying fruits and vegetables. The lady I brought the mangoes from was last night. She's up here. She was a nice lady too, so hopefully she'll be there right now. I'm gonna buy the exact same mangoes if she has them. I only bought one, the one that was really good. I only bought one. So I'm gonna buy like 2 kilos of it this time. Okay, she was right up here somewhere. But this is very clean for a market. The streets are very clean. Okay, it was right here to the right. Yeah, maybe she's not here today. It's like a whole different setup. There's the cabbage guy. She was right here somewhere. Yeah, she might not be here today. I think she was right around here somewhere, but I don't see the lady selling the mangoes. Somebody said it's Badam mangoes. Yeah, she's not here, damn it. She had the best mangoes, man. Divvy says you're not able to comment. You can send me an email too if you look at my description on this live stream. I have my email there. One of my emails. There's some huge markets in the city. This is kind of a small one. There's bigger markets. But this is a nice little neighborhood market. Got pomegranates, strawberries, figs. We need to get garlic right now. Let's get garlic first, and then we'll get the mangoes next. Where's the garlic at? Should be hard to find. Garlic's to kill potential parasites. I only took garlic once. I should have taken it more. Raw garlic too. But at the moment I don't see any garlic anywhere. There's garlic there. Got street food too. Those are street food carts. Hello, can I get some garlic? Just 20 rupees worth. 20 rupees, yes. You probably get a lot of garlic for 20 rupees. Which, if that's fine, I'm gonna keep taking garlic every day. I know in India they eat a lot of these purple onions. Okay. Yeah, okay. This guy's got all this garlic for 20 rupees. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of garlic for 20 cents. What about any of these spices? Should we get some spices? Any of these spices good for it? Oh, ginger. Yeah, ginger and turmeric, right? Yeah, I had I don't have a hot water kettle, but in Jodhpur I did have a turmeric. I bought turmeric for 20 rupees. She just has garlic too. It was already grounded up. I did drink some tea with that. That was while I had the cold. Yeah, that mango lady is not there. Damn, she had the best mangoes. There's other people that have mangoes though. Yeah, I'm gonna eat raw garlic to kill parasites, potential parasites. There's a mango seller. Hello. Are these badam mangoes? 180. Okay. I think these are the same I had yesterday, badam. They were quite unlike any mangoes I've ever had. They had a really interesting texture. And I liked it. That's pomegranate. I don't have a way of cutting that open. I got no knife. Okay, 200. Okay. What kind of mangoes are those? Those are Alfonso? Oh, mango so. Okay. Yeah, they got. And these are all different mangoes. I've been eating a lot of those. Those are good too. These are all different types of mangoes. Okay. What about pomegranate? Should I get some pomegranate? That's a fruit too. Okay, thank you. That's 4 big mangoes was 200 rupees. I've eaten about like 10 of those kind of mangoes, or 15 of them. Those are good too. What else can we get? I guess garlic and mangoes was what we need. I didn't make it to the dock. Divi, he's a local resident, said the hospitals are probably closed now. It's too late. But we can go tomorrow. I gotta change hotels tomorrow. That's a problem. Yeah, mango season hasn't started quite yet. But these are not the other mangoes were 140 baht a rupee. 140 rupees a kilo. So these are like some of the best mangoes in the world right here. I don't know if you've ever had these. So I've had many mangoes in my life. I believe this is the same kind of mango I had last night. I've never had a mango like that. So 180 rupees. It's not your ordinary mango, dude. It's like really, I don't even know how to describe it. It's really good. It's like the perfect mix of sweet and sour, and like an incredible texture, almost like a soft custard texture. So those are like special mangoes. But if those mangoes get cheaper in a month, 100 rupees, that'll be even better. But I'm not gonna be here for a month. I guess get it while I can. Hey, big ups, Minto with the 400 rupees. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Minto. Thank you, Minto. Yeah, I'm in the no fire escape hotel, which I was gonna maybe change to another room tonight, but I'm thinking, I'll just save the money and stay there tonight. I'm gonna do some research tonight in my room. I'll take you guys to my room. We'll eat some mangoes together. Walk back to the... I gotta find some bread too on the way back. There's oranges. Oranges might be good. I really haven't had any oranges in India since I've been here. Purvo says I can get an Airbnb in Pune. Maybe that would... I've never used Airbnb, but this might be the city to use it, because the hotels are kind of expensive, but you have to stay here for a month. I don't know if it's worth staying here for a month. I'd have to be doing something. Yeah, if these are the same mangoes I had yesterday, I only had one of them, but they were really good. If they're the same, I'll be very... they're going to be probably good no matter what, but let me get a few oranges here. I'll get some pomegranate too. I don't know how to open these, but I'll just get one.
One piece.
Thank you. I could probably open the pomegranate with my fingers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, what I would do in Pune for a month, but if you could get a nice Airbnb for $200 a month. I saw Goa has Airbnb too. But yeah, I don't know what I would do here. I would probably try to, honestly, I'd probably try to date. Is the woman here very lovely? I would try to find a girlfriend. Sometimes that takes time. Oh, let's just walk. We're gonna walk. Try to find an Indian romance. Well, I eat a lot of fruits, mangoes, and maybe work out, go to the gym, stay in a cheap room. That's what Christy Boy's doing in Bangkok right now. He's just got a cheap room for a month. It's a good move, especially when the hotels were $20 a night, like they are here. This is like the same as Bangkok price. So, like what I'm learning is, you know, Rajasthan was very cheap with hotels, but most of India is not like that. Some of it is. Like Delhi, Pune, Hyderabad, Kerala, hotels are like 20, 25 a night. Now they do have some hotels that are 5 or 10 a night, but they're like slum hotels. Like, you don't want to stay in them. But the hotels in like Rajasthan, there's actually really nice hotels that are like $10 a night. So you get a lot for your money in Rajasthan. I'm sure there's other provinces like that too, not just Rajasthan, but that's one of the cheap ones. I don't know why Rajasthan's so cheap. You could show me around New Mumbai. You're from New Mumbai? Oh, nice. So you're in Maharashtra. Yeah, actually a big reason I came here because I was looking cities. I didn't want to go to a super big city like Mumbai. And I saw they had direct flights to Pune. I knew Pune is like one of the fruit capitals of India, especially with mangoes. I was like, I'm just gonna go there, eat a lot of fruits and try to get better and just kind of chill, do a little streaming. So, and so far it hasn't let me down with the fruits and stuff. Definitely, it's pretty good here. But they don't have, the hotel situation's kind of expensive, so that's the problem. But it seems like a pretty good city overall. Can't really complain about Pune. Pretty good city, pretty clean, nice. We could go to the doctor here. We can eat healthy. We could just stay here until we get over this problem. Figure out what the problem is. Yeah, only in Jaipur did the hotels get a little bit more expensive. Like when you're in those, see those cities like Pushkar, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, they've been on the tourist backpacking trail for decades. So a lot of those cities, they have like deals because, they don't always, a lot of times they don't have that many tourists, especially this time of year. If I was there in high season, like in December, maybe it wouldn't have been that cheap there. But they just have a lot of rooms available. And, the tourist economy is probably kind of struggling there in the first place anyways. Like in Rajasthan, there's like Havelis. It's like a mansion, like incredibly ornate rooms and stuff for like 10, 15 a night, 20 a night. Like there's some pretty amazing deals with the hotels there. But yeah, I was getting a little bit tired of Rajasthan though. I don't know why. Just, even Ajmer was very nice. Jaipur was nice. I had a great stream in Jaipur. My last stream there. But that getting shot with a pen, that kind of pissed me off too. That kind of pissed me off because I did have some hostile behavior here or there. And that was the tip of the ice. Or that was the that was like the climax of it. Like, so if you're getting hostile behavior in the streets, which normally people are pretty nice, like, but it doesn't only has to be 5% of the people. 95% could be nice, but if 5% are hostile, it's a problem because somebody might attack you or something. That's what happened to me. I did get attacked. Like, you know, I had some people give me the middle finger or yelling or acting crazy at me and stuff. And you never know when it would happen. So, yeah, like a lot of people were cool and nice. Every once in a while, you just got some crazy person. Or somebody really acting really weird or, you know, real aggressive at me. It would happen about once every couple days, once every day. Mostly when I was streaming. So. Big up spin tillings to the super chat. I'm gonna keep this stream going, guys. We're gonna go to the room. Maybe I will go out tonight. I'm gonna eat a ton of garlic. And if it makes me feel better, maybe I'll go out tonight. Garlic and mangoes. Long line of vehicles waiting to get here in the gas station. Gas shortage. Blanca Brazil says, I treat my viewers like dessert. Oh, really? Yeah. I meet up with every viewer I ever wants to meet up with me in real life. Everybody says what a nice guy I am. I never even seen you before. So I just banned you. Never even seen you on this channel. So I got 2 pieces of chapati bread coming. That's just to get the garlic down. Yeah, sometimes the streamer just has to put the camera in his pocket, guys. Like when I went into the security. So I think people have watched long enough know the reason for that. I might have to go to the doctor tomorrow. Yeah, eventually I'd like to buy some stocks, the WAP, when I have some money and when I have probably when I'm back in America. Start buying stocks every month. I don't have the ability to do that now. Thanks, sir. Chapati, okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, got some bread here.
ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಕದಗಳು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಕೇವಲ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಟಿ ಚಪಾತಿ ಮಾಡಲಾದಂತಹ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಕದಗಳನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿ ಕೇವಲ 50
low on battery. hell's going on? The light's going on. Oh man, what the hell? Bro, what the hell, man? There's no lights going on. Fan's working. Oh, there we go. We got lights going on. I haven't turned the AC on since I've been in here, but I'm gonna turn it on now, I think. Worked up some heat, walking outside. Just turn it on for a few minutes. All right, I'm gonna get the camera pointed back in a good position in a minute. I gotta wash my hands. I'll be with you guys in a minute. All right, guys, so the plan is to eat a bunch of garlic tonight. Try to flush out the whatever issue we got going on. Eat a lot of fruit. Okay, let's set the camera on the tripod. So we got all this fruit to eat. We got oranges, mangoes. I did find some bread for 20 rupees. This will help us get the garlic down. I got some lemon juice and pomegranate and a lot of garlic. So we're gonna call this the mango garlic experiment. These are the same mangoes I had yesterday, the one I had yesterday. I got a fruit peeler too. I just bought this yesterday. Peel the mangoes with, and a plate to eat them with. Blown pomegranate, 3 oranges. So 3 oranges, a four world-class mangoes, and a pomegranate was $3. I still have some mangoes left over from yesterday too. I got three small ones here. So I'm gonna eat some oranges right now. I haven't had too many oranges in India. just get things kicked off here. Here's the bag of garlic. We're gonna maybe eat like 3 bulbs or something. I'm gonna shock and awe the parasites. It's not gonna be a good day for the parasites, Donald Trump style. I have had experience with macro dosing garlic before, raw garlic. Well, I had a serious jock itch problem 10 years ago. I was trying to kill it with garlic. It didn't work. Hey, Viola, I got this guy's comment pinned for some reason. It's an accident. Big ups. Hey, Viola with the 22 euros. Stay safe and healthy. Thanks. Yeah, this is probably a minor thing. Basically, the opinion in the chat was we had people say I should go to the hospital right away. Other people said I need to get to Thailand right away. Other people said it's nothing, don't worry about it. So we got all sorts of opinions. I'm gonna try to do something tonight. Thank you, Viola. Yeah, we got 2 lemon juices. I'm gonna try to cure this tonight. Thank you, Viola. 22 euros. Viola is a huge supporter of the channel. Thank you, Viola. That's some good lemon juice. Nimbus it's called. 20 rupees a bottle. All right, let's start off with some oranges. I'm gonna eat the seeds of the orange and chew them up because the seeds of fruits can actually be kind of be what we want. Hey, thank you, Viola. Eat the peel? I don't know about that. So you're not supposed to eat the orange peel. Oranges, I think America is some of the best oranges. So I don't know. I haven't had too many oranges in India. I know sometimes in Thailand they're hit or miss. Let's see how these are. This is a small sample size. I could have gotten some bad oranges, but so far they don't look that great. They're all right, not bad, not great. They got seeds. I'm chewing up the seeds. I'm gonna pull up my other phone so I can see your guys' comments better. Michael Savage is live. He's saying how bread and pasta are good for you. Michael Savage is a nutritional expert, 50 years, and a political commentator. He had a radio show with millions of viewers. He's wrote many books. He's saying pasta and bread are good for you. He's live right now, Michael Savage.
They would say what, Mike? They're enemies. And I get a laugh out of the guys. They'd always like that laugh. But you can apply it to any ethnic group. Go to an Italian and say, hey, Giovanni, you know what the last thing an Italian with Alzheimer's forgets? He says, what, Mike? They're enemies. They'll laugh. You know, it's a funny thing, but it's true about Jews, too. Oh, hard-headed people. They never forget an insult. I'll tell you that. The last thing a Jew with Alzheimer's forgets is anyone who insulted him. So I've enjoyed being with you this morning. Thank you for listening.
This guy's he's 84 years old now. He's a famous radio host.
To do for me. I don't need anything from anyone.
Now he's just on YouTube.
Your enjoyment. How's that?
He's retired now. So.
I'm not. Yeah, buy the book. Sure, it's going to change my lifestyle if you buy Reducing the Risk of Alzheimer's, or if you buy God, Faith, and Reason. No, it'll change your life, not mine. I'm past that. I don't need the money. Thank God. There was a time I did need the money. There was a time I struggled. There was a time I hurt.
His name is Michael
Savage.
Savage.
There was a time I couldn't get a job. There was a time I thought I'd go out of my mind from lack of access to what I earned because of the fact that I was not the right race, gender, or immigrant status. But luckily, through God's help, I overcame it. And now, as an older man who can do anything I want that doesn't hurt people, I'm here to tell you about food this morning and how bread and pasta are good for you and how aluminum is bad for you. So that's it. If you've enjoyed it, share it with others in your family or friends. And
Flash says, switch it off and know who he is. Okay, let's go from that to Maharashtrian rap. This is what I heard in the Maharashtrian rap. They got rappers here in this province. They're pretty good in the Marathi language. That's Marathi rap. Sounded better in the guy's boombox. Maybe some of the Indians know that music in the chat. Sounded good on the boombox. That's just a little speaker on the phone. A guy in the tuk-tuk had that playing. I think it was that same band too. Yeah. When I first got to this city, one of my very first experiences was in a tuk-tuk, a short ride, and the guy had like a boombox in the auto rickshaw. It's like boom, boom. It's like, I think he was playing that music there. It's like, wow, this is some good stuff. Really good in the boombox music. All right, let's get some garlic here. I don't like about this garlic is it's really small, man. There's like tons of skin. Makes a big mess. The garlic I had in Rajasthan was the same way. So this garlic's a lot of work. You gotta crush it, you gotta peel it. And they're like tiny little cloves, but we need to do it. I'm gonna do it inside this bag. It should contain the skins. Hi, Viola, I'm in Pune. It's called Pune, India, in the state of Maharashtra. I think it's the second biggest state of India. It's also the state where Bombay is located, which is a more famous city. How many people have heard of this city outside of India? Thank you, Viola, for the super chats and the support. Okay, so we got first piece of garlic crushed. Let's get about 10 cloves here. They're small cloves. And we're gonna combine this with a little bit of bread and then wash it down with some lemon juice. But yeah, I had a really bad outbreak of jock itch, first time in my life. And if that doesn't get under control, it's like a bad parasite. It's a fungus, but it gets in your bloodstream and stuff. And it was going down my leg. It was going up like my behind and my lower back. And I was in Thailand when I had it, really bad jock itch. It was like spreading over my lower body. I was eating a bunch of garlic and stuff, and I never had it in my life, jock itch. I don't even know where it came from. And I went to the hospital, and they didn't seem to know what, they gave me some medicine, but didn't do anything. So it would kind of like come and go. You know, I had it, maybe the garlic was helping a little bit, but it was kind of bad. Jock itch, it's a fungus. It can get really bad, man. Also, athlete's foot. I never had an athlete's foot in my life, but that can be bad. They're both funguses. Actually, they're the same thing. So the jock itch was like 10 years ago, 2015. It's really bad. So the medicine they gave me in Thailand didn't work, but I was eating a lot of garlic and things, and I was trying to get it under control. And I got back to America. I tried the tough actin tenactin. After trying like 4 or 5 different things, that got rid of it instantly. So now I always travel with tough actin tenactin. That's like the only thing that really works. It completely got rid of it. That's why it's called tough actin tenactin. So I can vouch for that medicine because I had a really bad case of that stuff. And that medicine is designed just to cure that one problem. So well, it's not an STD, it's just a fungal infection. It's the same thing as athlete's foot. People go to the gym, you know, your feet are all sweaty and you go in the shower, your pores are open, and then your feet can get a fungus. Now, I might have had it when I was a kid, but I think I've never had athlete's foot. Even when I was living in Texas, I was going to a shared shower at the gym because that's the only place we had a shower. I didn't get athlete's foot. So I seem pretty immune to that, but the jock itch hasn't been a problem last few years. It was just a problem at one time mostly, but it can flare up every once in a while. Order pure and poly, have it for dinner. I don't want to do anything now. I might try it if I stay. I'll try to remember that pure. Yeah, it wasn't an STG, it was a fungal infection. I had it in America and in Thailand. But it's actually very common among men, so is athlete's foot. So it's not like a rare thing. But if you don't get rid of it, I was trying to get rid of it, but it just got really bad. It actually, you know, can get really bad. It can spread in your blood system, destroy your organs. It's not a joke. But yeah, I was eating a lot of garlic. I don't think it did anything. Also, one time I went to the doctor in Thailand, they said I had dengue fever. It was a good hospital too, the bigger one. That was about 10 years ago too. So I don't know if I had dengue fever or not, but my mama used to say, what don't kill you make you stronger. So I guess I've gotten stronger through all these tribulations. Now we got another tribulation. Parasites. Got some bread. Okay, so we got some garlic here. 4 pieces of garlic, a little bit of bread, raw garlic. I've never had pink eye. There's all kinds of stuff you can get, man. I've heard people got some really bad case of pink eye before. There's all kinds of dangerous infections and Mintu says there are no worm parasites in India. So you gotta crush it. Irish says there are tapeworms all over the world, mainly in hot climates. They are very prevalent in India. Jay-Z says the symptoms he describes sounds like the beginnings of a gallstone, stone in the stomach. Oh, I didn't know about that. I don't care what my pores smell like, Bish, or no disrespect. I don't care about smell or appearance right now. I just want to get rid of this problem. The thing about garlic is it's in a way like a cure-all. It can cure a lot of different things. So like I said, it's like antifungal. It probably do nothing, but there's a chance it could help. You know, it's a kind of it's like a medicine. Turmeric and ginger are like that too. So it can't hurt, and it can only help. Yeah, there's general health benefits for garlic too. It's a thing called allicin. So you gotta crush it up. I don't eat that much garlic. Usually the only thing I eat garlic with is with my spaghetti. Back at home, I'll put some garlic on it, or if I'm cooking with it. But in this case, I'm just eating it raw. So it's actually better to eat it raw, but it's really hard to, it's like almost unedible. It actually burn your mouth and throat. So we got some more garlic here. Yeah, it's not really pain. So maybe it's not a gallstone. I never had a kidney stone or a gallstone. Oh, see, it burns my mouth too much, raw garlic. Sometimes it burns really bad, the garlic. Yeah, the mouth hurts. I'm trying to kill the parasites. It's painful to me, just imagine how they feel right now. Eating raw garlic for parasites. Do a search. Okay, AI is thinking. And it's taking a long time. Eating raw garlic is a traditional remedy for parasites, but scientific evidence is limited and is generally considered a supportive rather than primary. This is coming from artificial intelligence. How it works. This is from AI, because when you search Google now, they just give you AI right away. When raw garlic is crushed and chopped, it releases allicin, a sulfur compound with antimicrobial and anti-parasitic properties. Allicin can disrupt the cell membranes and energy production of harmful organisms and may inhibit the enzymes that parasites need to survive. In laboratory animal studies, garlic has shown activity against certain protozoa and some types of intestinal worms. Limitations in effectiveness. While the lab results are promising, there's no high quality medical or large consensus or large scale. They say that about everything though with natural remedies. Allicin is unstable and can be destroyed by stomach acid before it reaches the site of infection in the intestines. Cooking garlic consistently reduces its allicin content, making raw consumption more effective for antiviral purposes. Mixed with food or honey, it makes it more palatable. Cautious. Be mindful of potential side effects, including gastrointestinal irritation and interaction with blood thinners. So there you go. Here's another one. 10 foods that can kill intestinal worms naturally. How long does it take garlic to get rid of parasites? Garlic can kill certain parasites within minutes to days. The study showing 100% mortality for some parasites in 30 minutes. And significant reductions in human intestinal parasites like Giardia within 3 days. So they're saying even in minutes it can do it. But I did have garlic in what city was that? I went Pushkar. And I did have I had some garlic that maybe I didn't have enough. Here's a guy on Reddit saying, I got tired of writing out why garlic doesn't cure parasites. Let's see what this guy says on Reddit. I made a video to debunk the common claims. It's 12 minutes long. He's saying bullshit scammer about garlic and parasites. That's what he had on his title of his video. He's really mad about it. He's mad about the garlic. Trying to see the video, how come it's not showing? Oh, there's a whole Reddit called parasitology. Damn, well, there's a whole Reddit about parasites.
No, garlic isn't this miracle anti-parasitic cure that it's often hyped up to be on certain corners of the internet. And more importantly, if you live in a developed country or developed area with good hygiene practices, you probably don't need to worry about parasites and doing cleansers in general.
I'm in India, dude. So that's like, drops to a bad start here. He's saying if you're in a nice country, you don't have to worry about parasites.
Are kind of overhyped online by snake oil salesmen trying to scare you so that you buy some of their scam products that they're pushing. Hello everyone, my name is Worm Talk. I have a PhD in biology, and here I make videos about parasitology for the fun of learning about parasites. And today I wanted to debunk some of the pseudoscience pushed online by snake oil salesmen going on about how people need to use garlic to cure their parasites that realistically they probably don't even have. Now, if you dive down this rabbit hole like I have, one of the first common talking points you'll find about garlic in particular is that it has allicin or allicin, which is a chemical that gives raw garlic its strong, distinct aroma. And that allicin is a strong antimicrobial and anti-parasitic protein. Therefore, if you eat enough raw garlic, it will then have to kill all your parasites because it's
this guy ate a whole bowl of raw garlic.
Well, part of this statement is true. Allicin is an anti-parasitic compound and antimicrobial compound. However, all because something can kill a bacteria or a worm doesn't mean it's an effective treatment. For example, bleach is very effective at killing bacteria, viruses, and parasites. However, you wouldn't recommend someone drink it because this isn't an effective treatment, although the chemical itself is super strong at killing all these things. In this case, the treatment would be worse than the actual parasite that it's claiming to cure. Now, this is obviously being a little hyperbolic. However, it's something important to keep in mind, because when you start reading into all these papers that have investigated allicin as an anti-parasitic option, you'll quickly quickly find that pretty much every single paper was done in vitro. And what in vitro means? Well, it's just a fancy Latin way of saying in glass. And what that means is they take a petri dish with the parasite or the bacteria, and then they directly apply the allicin to the bacteria or the parasite. And then they measure how many of the parasites or bacteria die and how long it takes them to die. Now, this is an important first step in drug discovery. It's normally how they kind of sort out if a drug...
All right, well, this guy... they're saying pomegranate's good too. I got pomegranate here. Yeah, Viola, it's not, I'm not like super sick. I've been streaming, you know, normal and stuff. It's just something that's off. It's been lasting a long time. It's not going away, so I'm just trying to take some action. Yeah, it could be a lot worse. There's people that get insanely ill and stuff. This has just been a mild thing, you know. So I was thinking it'd just go away on its own soon enough, but you know, that's only what hasn't really gone away. Let's eat some more garlic. Yeah, it could just be a common med. But what if this just clears up like tomorrow after this garlic? Do I need to go to the doctor anymore? If it just clears up on its own? More garlic here. I remember, this might be a little too much information story, but one time I was with a lady in Pattaya. You know, I had all this garlic on my on my fridge. You know, we were drinking and we had a good night. I was drinking and we had a good night. And she say, you get, she said something like, you get big power from that garlic, or is that why you eat garlic? It gives you power or something. She was impressed with my my manliness, my stamina, fortitude. She thought it was from the garlic. It's like, why do you have all that garlic? But she was, that was like my first night back in Thailand. And I had a really good night with her. We had a lot of fun. We were drinking together. But she actually worked at a place that Barry might knows, because it was like across the street from Barry. He might even knew the lady, but it was a place called Rhino. I think Barry might even have worked for that club. It was like a little bar next to iBar. And she was like a go-go dancer or something, like a temporary sort of like dancer. They go bar to bar. But so I met her the first night back in Thailand, and I was having drinks with her, and but we just hit it off. Like, we had a good chemistry together. I'm not usually a guy that has, like, you know, it's not easy for me to really hit it off with women, but I don't know, that night, maybe I was just in a great mood because I was back in Thailand and just having drinks, everything was flowing, and she was hanging with me, and hey, it was just a good all-around night, man. Good memory. It was called, I believe it was called Rhino Bar. It was next to iBar. Right in the Barry's neck of the woods where he was hanging out. He might have knew that bar or the staff, but she was a go-go worker. That was a long time ago, like 12 years ago or something. She was only in town for a week or two. It wasn't a go-go, it was like a, I don't know, it was like just like a bar. They didn't last long, they didn't make it. But a long time ago. Yeah, money did exchange hands. In fact, I was staying in a first couple nights. You know, I was staying. There's a nice hotel off Walking Street. It's like $25 a night. Now they want like 45. They've almost doubled. But back then it was a nice place. So you know, I don't know. I guess she thought I had money or something. But I gave her $1,500. She was like, she was kind of complaining about it. So it's like she expected more. But we didn't really negotiate, or you know. So, but we had a good night anyways, and I didn't see her. I saw her on Walking Street, but I was only with her once. So she might have been looking for guys to spend more money. But I told her I don't, you know, I don't give a whole bunch of money out, you know. 1,500, not 500. 1,500 is like $50. Hey, what's up, Tequila Joe? And this is about 15 or 20 cloves of garlic. Should we keep going? Let's get some fruit first. So we just have a bunch of garlic, 20 cloves. We can eat more, but we're gonna like add some fruit to the mix. They said pomegranate's good. I got a pomegranate here, but I don't know how to cut it. I'm gonna eat more garlic, dude. I'm gonna eat more. Yeah, that was on like one of my holidays. Like once or twice a year, I could go to Thailand. I had like 1 month. I had a little bit of money saved. So you know, I hadn't been in Thailand in like a year. So that's why I was probably just a really good night. I feel like garlic hitting. It's it. Tequila Joe says the oil shortage is gonna mess up the supply chain. Which is gonna mess up a lot of things. It's gonna be more expensive to travel now, Charlie. Well, yeah, people have been saying this war has been going on for like 6 weeks though. People have been saying that for weeks. The oil price actually went down. Yesterday, it's at 94 right now. If this Trump peace plan works, it might get real low. But yeah, things have already been kind of screwed up. Like normally you can go back to America from India pretty cheaply, like $700, $600, $500. Those prices are double or triple already. All right, let's try to open this pomegranate with our hands. Shouldn't be too hard to do. And then we're gonna eat this pomegranate. And we also got these mangoes. Maybe I should eat the mango first. All right, I gotta wash this first, and then we're gonna eat this next. How the hell do you open a pomegranate, man? without a knife. That looks like we're doing it. I think I'm getting it. There we go. See, all this fruit is meant to be open with your hands. There we go. We got it. Most fruit you can open with your hands, except for maybe coconuts. I think people of ancestral times, in the, thousands of years ago, they just drank the coconuts and they dropped to the ground. They didn't have to climb and get them. But everything else is pretty easy to open with your hands. This is the first time I ever opened a pomegranate with my hands. It's not too hard. I hear disco music. Must be a bar nearby. So they said pomegranate's good. Sugar is actually, when you're eating things like pomegranate and garlic, sugar is actually good because basically what happens is the cells like to eat sugar, including your bad ones, your cancerous ones, which a lot of people use that to say that sugar is bad. However, the reason fruit is good is because fruit has compounds. They're called antioxidants, which kill cancerous cells. So the sugar will get in. It's like a Trojan horse. It opens the door for the garlic, or in this case, like the pomegranate, the nice thing to get in there and get rid of. So that's why if you eat a lot of fruit, it could potentially keep you free of cancer. Because even tomato has lycopene. Pineapple has bromelain. These are like powerful scavenging compounds which kill cancerous cells. So that's why if you eat sugar by itself, it might not be super healthy. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. But if the sugar in the fruit, it's working in conjunction, in combination with other things. There's vitamin C. Vitamin C is an antioxidant by itself. Most fruit has vitamin C. There's minerals. And then there's the antioxidants. The lycopene in tomatoes and watermelon. That's a red, and those antioxidants give the fruit its color. So like blueberries, they have something called inothacine or something. Those are cancer-killing compounds. Now, a parasite is not a cancer, so this theory, might not be very effective. But they said garlic and pomegranate is both good for parasites. So. Yeah, Timmy's just a sugar. Anything to do with sugar, he hates it. So no offense, Timmy, but you're not going to convince me fruit's unhealthy, man. Yeah, pomegranates are a lot of work. You get these little seeds, but each little pomegranate has a little seed in it. Looks like some of the pomegranate is not good. You gotta watch pomegranate. One time I got a pomegranate in Thailand, which are not native there. I don't know where the pomegranates came from. It was had worms in it and stuff. Any fruit can have that, so you gotta watch out for that. This pomegranate looks pretty good overall. One part of it's a little bit bad. I had 5 mangoes this morning and 10 mangoes last night. I don't get diarrhea from fruit. If you're getting diarrhea from juice or fruit, it means you're backed up, and it's just cleaning you out. You probably need that. That's just a good thing. Yeah, I got these small mangoes. I got 3 of these left still. These are 140 rupees. And I got these bigger mangoes. I had 1 big mango and like 7 or 8 of these small mangoes last night. I didn't have any dinner or any lunch, so like the mangoes were my dinner. Yeah, I'm in the hotel right now. Hey man, we got nightclubs around here and we're in a fire trap place. That's not a good combination because nightclubs and hotels are both known for having fires. This hotel's got a padlock and a gate on the 2nd floor. You can't take the stairs, you have to take the elevator. I was gonna leave this hotel. It's a fire trap hotel. And 'cause I was trying to take the stairs to leave, because I like to take the stairs sometimes. And it's like, I was cut off by a big gate. I told the staff about it. Oh, you gotta use the elevator. Yeah, they keep a padlock on it. But now I hear music, so there's nightclubs around here, and those are known for having fires and stuff. So, yeah, I gotta get out of here tomorrow, man. Dangerous place to stay. Hey, big ups Robert V with the membership, 21 months. My dear friend, I miss you. Big ups, Robert. Oh, he's posting things on his channel, Kaya Beluga. How can he be posting things on my channel? He's posting things on his channel, you said, huh? Yeah, big ups to Robert V. 21 months membership. TV says, please try 4 Point Sheraton. I'm already starting to feel better, guys. I think the garlic is working. We'll know more by tomorrow. Like I said, I've had gas every night in the morning. So or maybe about 2 days from now. If I'm feeling good in about 2 days. You need tinidonazole and metronidazole. Divori, I'm kind of a broke. Divori lives here in Pune. I think she found me on the live streams when I was in India. It's a husband and wife. Very nice lady. She's been helping me out here in the chat. I'm like a kind of a broke budget traveler. So I might move into like a $20, $25 a night hotel if I stay in Pune. But I'm not gonna stay too expensive. That's about as most I want to spend. I don't have a big budget. Okay, let me write this down. My hands are all sticky from the pomegranates. Yeah, my budget's like 15. This hotel is $14 a night, which is pretty cheap for this city, but I'm willing to pay up to 25 if it's really nice. That price, it's got to be pretty nice. But yeah, there are some nice hotels around here. Yeah, you don't have to report them. I just ignore them. Don't have to report them or anything like that. He's been doing that stuff for years. I'm just ignoring him. So you don't have to report him. Oh, it's Niall, you've been to you've been to Pune before? It's only 3,000 rupees at the Sheraton. Oh man, if it's really nice, maybe I should go there. 3,000 rupees isn't too bad. I mean, it's outside my budget, but that's an American hotel chain. $30 a night. Yeah, no snitching. I don't. The only channels I take down or ever report are like copyright. They're copyrighting my stuff. But it's good, yeah. Kai Beluga is just looking out for me. But well, here's the thing though. Every country can be a challenge traveling. Like, most people I know have had a nightmare Thailand trip. You know, Thailand can be one of the easiest countries to travel in. It's very suited to travelers, built around, like a lot of things are built around it. They made it easy for foreigners, and still people end up having like a nightmare trip. So I mean, if you go there like 10 or 20 times, you know, you're bound to have one trip that was really bad. Which I have had, you know, Tequila Joe had a really bad trip a few years back. It's just bad things happen. You might get sick, you lose your passport, you get stolen, you know, just shit happens, and you get like really kind of a bad trip. So that can happen anywhere, any country, anywhere you go, you know. But I haven't had a bad trip here. I've been 4 times, and India, I haven't had a bad trip. My first couple days, the very first time I came here in Delhi, I was a little bit taken aback, caught off guard. But I ended up staying here 3 weeks. And the trip was pretty good. I was mostly in Kerala most of the trip, so I still wouldn't qualify this as a bad trip because I haven't been that sick. I've been able to function and travel and do things. Like, I haven't been bedridden with diarrhea and stuff, you know, like really bad. It's just been a mild kind of thing. So this trip has been pretty good overall. It's not important, DV. I'm going to be leaving here. Probably shouldn't stay here tonight, but I'll take care of it tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna go out tonight, guys. This garlic and pomegranate is making me feel good, but it's also I'm like getting tired now. Okay, I ate most of the pomegranate. This is the last bit here. I was thinking about changing to another part of the city because we're by the airport here. But I could change to another part of the city. There's central Pune, and then there's like a western part. It's like a whole another city to the far west. And there's I was thinking about maybe going out there or something, but staying around here is advantageous because I'm close to the airport. So if they got that fruit market, which is good, because I want to eat a lot of fruit right now. There's fruit markets in other parts of the city though too. But if I do decide to leave quickly, I'm right by the airport, so not that it's a big deal. You know, like when I was in Jaipur, it was like a 30-minute taxi ride to the airport with Uber. It was only like 300 rupees, $3. So even if I'm on the other side of town, it's not really much of an advantage of being by the airport. I think it's more important to get like a good, comfortable hotel. But if I was to get over this thing right away, I could go to Goa or something, or Mumbai, you know, keep traveling and streaming. Yes, Truth Warrior, yeah, still have parasite problems. Minto says Mumbai is a very hectic city. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, even more than Delhi, you said. Also, I've had a lot of good experiences on this trip. You know, I've been to like 7 different cities. So I would say overall, this has like been a pretty good trip. I got to see Rajasthan, which I've always wanted to see. Got to see a good bit of it. It's like a bucket list kind of place. But now I got a new bucket list item. It's the Pushkar Camel Festival. One time I want to be there during the Pushkar Camel Festival. That's in October or November. Park Esti. Yeah, some people said, you know, because India, they eat a lot of lentils and stuff, like legumes. So there's a possibility too. It could be related to like that, or it could be related to the dairy. But you know, I was in India eating this stuff before. I didn't have problems with that. So I don't know. Yeah, Minto, I think that's how Pune is. I think it's more conservative up north, more traditional and conservative. Where like Maharashtra is more liberal, more modern. Especially with Rajasthan. Delhi is kind of in between. Rajasthan is a very traditional place, traditional culture. But that's a good thing, I guess. I mean, it's a good thing. Because like a lot of parts of the world are losing their traditional cultures. Everybody dresses the same, looks the same. They don't look the same, but they dress the same. Everybody's talking English. The local cultures are disappearing around the world. That's actually a big problem in the world. Languages are disappearing and dying. Cultures are dying and disappearing. It's like a universalization of people and culture around the world. Charlie Chaplin says, is Pune a boring city? Well, I haven't seen much of it. I've only seen this little area by the airport. So I would say this area is nice, but it's like a suburb. So I don't know. I haven't seen the center city yet. I haven't seen much of the city. But it seems to be a prosperous city and modern city. Yeah, wash my hands. Bro, they said that garlic could kill parasites in minutes. I actually think something might have happened. So if this garlic works, man, I'm gonna eat more of it later. But I feel like some immediate relief. Please check out Parasitic Hotel. The Parasitic Hotel, $40. Looks good. Man, everything is parasite these days. The Parasitic Hotel, $40. That's a little high for me. The highest I paid in India so far here a month. Well, Delhi I paid like $25.20 a couple nights, excluding a couple nights in Delhi. Like Rajasthan, the highest I paid was like, how much did I pay in Jaipur? Oh, it was Jaipur, 17. 2 nights in 17. But before Jaipur, I was paying like $5 to $15 a night. Average, I would say about a 10 or 12. Jaisalmer, I was paying 11 a night for a hotel, pretty nice hotel. Mintu stayed there, different room. Jodhpur, I was paying 13, but it was a really nice hotel. A really nice place. Pushkar, I was paying 1,100 rupees. And again, a pretty nice hotel. Jaisalmer, I stayed in a hotel. I also stayed in a hostel for $4 a night. So 40 is a little bit higher, but I know this city's more expensive, so they don't have like too many nice hotels for $10 a night. But if I get something for 15 to 20, it'll be fine. But my expenses outside of the hotel are not very high because I'm walking everywhere, or maybe 1 or 2 tuk-tuk rides, and then I maybe some coffee and then some like fruit, a little bit of food. Like, you know, it's like $10 to $15 for food and taxis, and like 20 for the hotel. That's 35. That's not too bad. Yeah, this is like my 7th city in India. I stayed in Delhi, and I flew to Jaisalmer. Met up with Mintu in Jaisalmer. He flew out there too, and I was in Jodhpur. Jodhpur to Pushkar, that's 4 cities. Pushkar to Ajmer, that's 5 cities. Ajmer to Jaipur, that's 6, and then it's Jaipur to Pune. 7 cities this trip so far. Yeah, New York City, I stayed in a hostel, and it was like $95 a night. That was a very expensive trip in New York City. And the flight there was round trip $300. But I made the money back on superchats, but I kind of broke even. It was very expensive. I had 4 nights at the hostel. 4 or 5 nights was like $400 or $500. It was like a hostel closet. That's why New York sucks, man. It's I did a search just recently for hotels in New York, and it was like the cheapest hotel was $120, and the average was like $500. In a city with hundreds of hotels. Yeah, that's why you can't do anything in America. It's ridiculous. Now, I stayed in a hostel in Chicago for a couple of nights. That was $30 a night. That wasn't too bad. It was a nice hostel, and it was close, good neighborhood on the north side, close to downtown. But New York is just stupid. I used to go to New York when I was young. Like, I lived in D.C. I would take a bus up there, stay in a hostel for the night. They had hostels back then for like $15 to $20 and stuff. It wasn't always so expensive. But yeah, it got stupid expensive. Even back then, the apartments were really expensive. I thought, everybody thought they were expensive back then, like crazy, back in 2000. And they've like doubled or tripled even since then, even when they were already really high back then. So it's a preserve for the elites, Now, there's some people that live in housing projects. They were like born there, or they lived there most of their life, and they get really cheap rents. There's a lot of people that live in housing projects. They're like government funding projects, and there's people who have rent control. So not everybody there is rich. And there's also some like immigrant neighborhoods where you got like 15 people live in the same apartment. So they're all splitting expenses. They're all working. So, not everybody there is rich. There are a lot of people that struggle, and people in one of those other categories. But, a good half of the people there are pretty rich. About half of them. So it's like the cities are like it's the same with like Vancouver, Sydney, London, you know, LA, San Francisco. It's like a LA doesn't seem that bad, you know. Wanderer's doing all right there. But like San Francisco, but a lot of those cities are, you gotta be pretty rich to be there. Very expensive to travel there too. Dystopia is blaming it all on Trump. Dude, this has been a problem for decades in American cities. American cities is like, you got either they're like, they turn into hoods and like nobody wants to live there, or they're undesirable. You know, they're car oriented, they're not walkable, they're like slums, bad neighborhoods, high crime. So a lot of cities are like that, and the cities that remain nice, like San Francisco or New York, and New York had slums too, but it was so big there were still nice neighborhoods. And now even the slums are actually nice neighborhoods too now. So there's like there's no slums left in New York City. Maybe a little bit in the Bronx, but that's about it. But it's been completely gentrified. So in the remaining few cities that were walkable and desirable, it just became so crazy expensive. You know, if the second, third, and fourth tier cities were nice, those other cities wouldn't have got so expensive, because the demand would be spread around, the demand for urban living. Because not everybody wants to live in a big city. So people want to live in a country, want to live in a small town, want to live in a suburb. But there are a lot of people who do want to live in a big city, especially not have to own a car and stuff, in a walkable neighborhood. And your options for that kind of lifestyle are very limited in the United States. So the places that actually offer that, there's a huge premium, because the supply is so low. It's just supply and demand, you know. But if you want to live in a small town in America or in a suburb, you're golden, because there's plenty of that, or countryside. Urban living is hard to find there. Yeah, there's been inflation and stuff too, but it's been a problem for a long time with the cities. It's not really any president's fault. If anything, Trump directly contributed to like lessening, because he was actually building like giant condos and residential buildings and stuff. That's what cities need, is more building. So he was actually directly involved in expanding the housing supply. But he's not doing, I will say, yeah, he's not doing much to lessen the housing crisis as a president. They got a Trump Tower here in this city, in Pune. You guys know that? This city's actually got a Trump Tower. I saw it, I haven't seen it in person, but I saw an advertisement for it at the airport. So there must be a lot of prosperity in this city. Yeah, in this city, Pune, there's a Trump Tower here. But some of these things, it's just his name, though. It's like, is that really the Trump organization that built it? You know, because now they got his sons and stuff running it, which they do have a big real estate portfolio. I don't know if it's directly under his business, or are they just leasing his name? Because he does sell his name for things. DV Explorer says Trump is disgusted by poor people and sees as lazy. He's very transparent about this. Yeah, well, there's a lot of rich people, you know, can judge poor people, but he maybe have some elitism, but he's also down to earth in a lot of ways. Like, he was the only president to go to the Bronx. First of all, when he was campaigning for president, like, he had no chance of winning, like, New York, his electoral votes. But he just went there anyways and campaigned, like, you know, in the hood in the Bronx, South Bronx. You know, it's like he does, you know, Jesse Jackson, like, you know, there's a lot of people who are really like, you know, like civil rights fighters and stuff, who really like Jesse Jackson actually really liked Trump and considered him his friend. And Jesse Jackson viewed guys like Obama and Biden and stuff. He saw them as like he didn't like them at all. And Hillary Clinton, like, so Trump got on with a lot of different people, a lot of different people of different backgrounds and, you know, income classes. Was there some elitism and snobbery? Yeah, I'm sure, but he's not like you know, one of these kind of people who's like cocooned in their own sort of like bubble of a few friends and people that are, you know, he was a people person, got along with all sorts of people. Like there's some people who are rich, but they like, let's take like a software like tycoon. He only gets along with a few people in his business, like and a few other software tycoons. He doesn't, or like let's say like a Warren Buffett guy. Like he gets along with other people that trade stock businesses, and they talk about that stuff, and that's the only people he knows and hangs out with ever. Maybe his accountant or a few other people, you know, he's directly involved with, and that's it. But Trump was like really a man of the people, you know. Is Trump self-made? Probably yes and no. Like his haters make a lot that his dad already had a real estate empire. So like his dad would build cheap. They were from New York City, so his back in the 50s and stuff, they were still building a lot of stuff in New York, especially in places like Queens where they lived. So his dad was building like cheap apartment buildings in New York City and rented them out. And I think his dad might have been, you know, he wouldn't rent out to minorities. So there was, you know, there were some things there as detractors, but it was probably a big business, but not that big. You know, maybe they had like 100 apartment buildings, which is you know, maybe they were worth like $50 million. But Trump, when Trump became a man, he jumped right into that world, and he like was like, just like in politics, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was a force. So he could have just inherited his dad, you know, his money, his apartments, and just kind of ran these and had plenty of money the rest of his life, or sold them off, whatever. Instead, he became like 10 times that. He became 10 times what his dad was. So he built these. He right away in like the 70s and 80s, he was building big buildings in Manhattan and stuff. Like he took the leg up that he had, and he made it even bigger. And he actually became like a celebrity. He was such a big real estate developer. Real estate developers aren't normally celebrities. He was like the only one at a young age. So he was battling with the unions and the city councils and the mayors, because he was trying to build all these buildings and stuff. And he became very famous in New York. It was at a time too when New York was bouncing back in the 80s, because the city was collapsing in the 70s. It went bankrupt, and it had like ghettos, the South Bronx and stuff. It was actually like imploding. But in the 80s, it's starting to turn around, and he was a part of that. So yes, he did like have a big leg up, but he also, what he did with that leg up was impressive. You know, he was just a very yeah. So he was, in a way, he wasn't completely self-made, where it's like rags to riches. You know, whereas there's some millionaires who have done that, or billionaires, but he was, you know, he did a lot with what he was. But he did have business problems in the 90s. You know, he was getting divorced. He was bankrupt. He almost went bankrupt a few times. So he had a lot of ups and downs in business. But Bird Dog, I'm in Pune, Maharashtra. Cybercow says he had 34 felonies and 6 bankruptcies. Yeah, he was going through some tough times. That's why he started doing like TV shows and stuff in the 2000s to make more money. Hey, big ups, Platt. Irish. They said somebody in the chat said it's going down in Ireland, like it's getting crazy there. If something is getting crazy in any country, I'm willing to fly there wherever I'm at and live stream and film it. So if something's getting really crazy on the streets in some country, let me know, because I'm willing on a dime to jump over and go there, whatever money I have. London Manny says, I like CC and support you, but you're wrong on Trump. He is a wrong un. Yeah, I know that's, I mean, it's a complex world and a complex personalities. A lot of us, we don't know who's right and wrong, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories. You know, you got the Epstein thing. A lot of people don't like this nation. There's people that say the city of London and England's terrible, and they're the masterminds behind so much bad stuff. Other people say the same thing about Israel. Other people say the same thing about Russia. So there's all these theories, and this person's a part of that person's not a part of that. But I just trusting in the process. And I don't think he's part of the establishment that's trying to undermine America. He's trying to go against that, the opposite of that. So it's not just happening in America, it's happening in Europe. Mary Jimbo says, I met a very wealthy man in Vegas in Bellagio poker. His name is very downer. Yeah, a lot of rich. There's also rich people of all sorts. I mean, there's all types. I've known some rich people in my life. They're usually pretty good people. Like, you don't get rich. A lot of people don't get rich being like a bad person. Like, first of all, you have to have friendships, and you have to be a trustworthy. People have to trust you, have confidence in you. If you have very bad character traits and flaws, generally people don't want much to do with you, you know, or you end up in jail or something. But you know, there are some rich people who get carried away, or they want power, or they get corrupt, you know, or maybe they're wrong to begin with, or evil. So, but yeah, a lot of them are pretty good people, man. So it's not, I don't have anything against rich people. Sometimes the worst qualities that are attributed to rich people, like snobbery and stuff, elitism, doesn't come from people. It comes from like upper middle class. They're called the bourgeois. So they're not really rich themselves, but they're doing good. But they take on these attitudes of like elitism and judging poor people, and the rich people are more grounded sometimes, like the really rich people, you know. But the upper middle class, they're those times the ones that they're hard to stomach, because sometimes they have these bad attitudes. The rich people, just like poor people all over the place, rich people all over the place. You can't generalize. Like, there's poor people that are just great people that live in the country and they just farm, live in a trailer, and that's just their life, and they're very simple but wholesome, good people. There's other poor people who are drug addicts and thieves and live an awful life. You know, there's poor people, there's rich people there the same way. Yeah, if I'm biased against anybody, it's you know. Yeah, he doesn't want to make more money. He's not using presidential to make more money. He's trying to help. He's patriotic. He's trying to help the country. Minto says Mumbai people are mean. You've been to Mumbai many times, Minto, haven't you? You said I think you've been there many times. Maybe I'll skip Mumbai. There's plenty of places to go in India. I was thinking about taking the train down Maharashtra, going from like small city to small city. Check out this province, but I have to study the trains and stuff. Jenny says, I never judge. That isn't my job. If I don't like an energy, I go away. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's good. You've been there many times. Yeah. Charlie Chaplin says you can go Pune to Goa on the Konkan Railway. All right, I didn't know they had a direct railway. I thought you had to go through Mumbai. I'll look into that. Yeah, I only read the train once with Mintu. I'd like to ride the train more. I don't have Jock Itch anymore. I haven't had Jock Itch in a few years. It has come back a few times, but every time I put the Tinactin on, it goes away. Last time I had Jock Itch starting to come back was in Chicago a few years ago when I was streaming there. It was hot and sweaty and humid. I was walking like 15 miles. I haven't really had a problem with it since then. But that big problem I have with it was 10, 12 years ago. And that was before I discovered tough actin Tinactin. Tinactin works 100% of the time. You just rub some on it and it gets rid of it. It just goes away. So I don't know if, these other countries, they sell Jock Itch cream. It doesn't work that good. So I tried it in Malaysia and Thailand. It didn't work, whatever they were selling. So I travel with tough actin Tinactin. I'll carry 2 bottles of it or 1 bottle. Because you can only find that in America, and it works really good. The other shit they're selling in other countries, it don't work. I know from experience. At least it didn't work for me. So if you are from another country and you have Jock Itch issues from time to time, you might have to find a way to try to get your hands on that tough actin Tinactin. Get it shipped to you or something. But I don't know, maybe I don't know what they use in India. Maybe India has good stuff. India makes a lot of medicines. Timmy says, why didn't you go directly to Goa? Why do I have to go directly to Goa? Why not see Pune? This is a great city here. I'm the type like to see as much as I can. I might not even go to Goa at all. I might not even make it to Goa at all. But yeah, it's going to be 100 degrees here tomorrow. Here in Pune. Yeah, traveling, I mean, you explore, you go place to place. Like, you don't have to go just to the places that are famous or that other tourists go to. You go to random places. I like going to random cities. I still do go to the famous places as well, but I'll stop. I went to Hyderabad. I had no intention to go to Hyderabad last trip. I was actually flying to Goa, but I transferred in Hyderabad and my flight was delayed, so I missed the connecting flight. So I decided, let's just spend the time in Hyderabad, check it out. And, it was cool, it was interesting. It was different, even though there was not a single tourist there in the entire city. It was interesting. I'll spend a week there. It's an interesting experience. So sometimes you get surprised by random places you go to. But Goa actually seems kind of boring. Like, it looks nice. The beaches are nice. I'll enjoy the water, the beaches, the swimming. I like swimming in the ocean. The hotels are pretty cheap. Other than that, it looks kind of like a boring place. It's like, it's okay. I mean, there might be some, it's just a relaxing beach place. What it looks like to me. It used to have like a more of a party thing going on, but it's just a place to relax and be by the beach. But it's not going to be good live stream content, I don't think. Beaches like that in Kerala, they were very nice and relaxing, but It's good to go to places like that, but it's not very stimulating, nor is it great content for the live streams. But Timmy, I watched a video about the Fabian socialists in England. It was an interesting, I know you're from England, you're into a lot of that stuff. George Bernard Shaw and Aldous Huxley and all the Fabian socialists from England. Tony Blair, Keir Starmer is a Fabian socialist. He was actually like the head of it or something. So yeah, they're they liked Stalin and Hitler, Fabian socialists. And these are the people who are running a lot of England nowadays and other countries. What, they're big into eugenics. The Fabian socialists. There was a club founded in the 1880s, 1870s, but it's very influential still to this day among the left. In England, it's an English club. So I watched a video by there's a channel, an English channel. So, you know, the British people are calling out their own people, which is good. It's not an American calling them out. Let's see here. What's this channel's name? I was gonna maybe watch some more of his videos. But these are crackpots, because, you know, that was founded at a time in the 1880s when the English was doing very good. The world was doing very good. It was progressing. It was modernizing and industrializing. There was no wars going on for decades. So, you know, when you have things are going really good and you want people that want to change everything and disrupt, that's just like, those are crackpot theories. Those are crackpots. It's one thing if things are going really bad and you want to like improve things. And these people sound like crackpots. George Bernard Shaw, he was just a total crackpot. I guess he was very influential at one time. What's the name of this channel? Green and Pleasant. So you might like that channel, Timmy. The Secret Society running Britain for 140 years. So I just watched this video today, Pawn. This is a British channel.
I'm going to show you an organisation that has supplied every Labour Prime Minister in history. Currently has 141 MPs in Parliament and more than half the Cabinet. And I won't need a single leaked document to prove it, because they'll tell you all of this themselves. It's literally on their website, and they're proud of it. If you've already heard about the Fabian Society, stick around. Most of what's out there on this is surface level or just conspiracy theory. This video has the receipts, direct quotes with dates and...
Dystopia says it's a conspiracy theory, Lois. You're the same guy that hates Trump, so you're a diehard labor guy, leftist, I guess. Green and Pleasant. Yeah, his channel's blowing up. He's got 40,000 subs, but his last video has 200,000 views. That's really good. And that Fabian Socialist video has 400,000 views. So I just saw this channel today. I never saw it before. So yeah, his channel's blowing up. He only has 40,000 subs. Those are very good view numbers. There's a lot of these English channels that are documenting in Europe. They're doing very good. Pushless says, it's sad how susceptible to misinformation you are. So you're saying I should support socialism and Fabian socialists? Yeah, we have a lot of socialists in the chat. in a lifelong study of history and sociology and politics and everything, I've never seen anything really good come out of socialism or socialist governments. If you just know the modern history of every nation, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, Ethiopia, India post-independence, any country that's gone down a real socialist road, Russia, the Eastern Bloc, like nothing really good ever came from those. At best, they get stuck in a stasis where nothing really changes. At worst, you know, all kinds of bad things happen. At best, a socialist society just turns into like a static kind of, nothing really changes. The society just gets on and nothing ever moves or changes. That's the best case scenario. Worst case is, you know, Cambodia, all kinds of things possible. So, yeah, I don't know how people can still support. Well, social programs, like if governments decide to have Social Security or national health care, that doesn't mean necessarily socialism. Socialism means the government, and communism is government controlling the means of production as is defined by Marx. So having government programs, maybe a country is just rich, has tons of oil, and it can hand out, it can give free health care, it can get the best doctors in the world. There's nothing wrong with that. If a country has, and not everybody supports a lot of government programs, but socialism doesn't mean government programs. Socialism means government controlling the economy, the means of production. So in the United States, there's a lot of social programs like Social Security, but the government doesn't run most big business and business. Communism means government running everything. You know, like here in India, the railroads are run by the government. Now, a lot of countries, it's mix and match. Though, like the government runs some things, other things are left to the free market, private enterprise. But so, you know, you keep saying like, oh, healthcare, you know, like a social program. We like social programs. Well, if your country is really rich and can afford a lot of social programs, that's fine. But that's a completely separate issue, which is oftentimes meted out in a democracy, whether they want those programs or not. We're talking about a specific economic system that's is defined by the government controlling the means of production. That's how Marx and communists define socialism. So that's exactly what it is, the definition of it. So you got to know what if you want to be for or against something, you at least need to understand what it is and be able to define it, which most people can't do because they haven't researched or looked into these things. But the thing is, with communism and socialism, even its own proponents realize that maybe economically this system just doesn't work. So now it's more about a political system of control. That's why China was looked at as like, even China kind of moved its economy more towards a capitalist system. So did Vietnam. And they've done very good since then economically. So the government doesn't control like everything. It controls some things. But now that they look at that as like, well, they're still communists because, you know, and politically they are. So that they look at that as like a way to, you know, the economic system that Marx basically invented has been completely discredited. Not too many of its proponents can even support it, unless they just really want to put everybody into poverty, which some people do want to do that. Some communists do want to do that, you know. They just want everybody. They want one party to control everything and everybody to be poor, like in Cuba. But there's different types of communists and socialists. And I guess there's some probably communists who believe in it too, like actually believe in it. But yeah, as an economic system, it's been, you know, in the 1800s there were all sorts of utopian theories and ideals and crackpots. Marx was just one of many. But his you know, he was supported by other philosophers and like economists and stuff. You know, back in that time, like the late 1700s, he came about in the 1830s. But before him, economics was a big topic it was a huge topic. The Economist was founded like in the 1840s. There was debates about free trade. England passed the Corn Laws. There were a lot of people writing and trying to, you know, think about economics. There was David Ricardo in the 1820s. There was Adam Smith in the 1780s. There was a lot of intellectual stuff. So he was just an intellectual trying to come up with like a good system for people to live under. But it was like the ultimate evil system for governments to use. And it was seized by, you know, intellectuals and governments to, you know. But the thing was, at that time, though, too, the world's, I guess there was a lot of misery in the world, like especially in England and Europe. The Industrial Revolution did create a lot of misery. You know, there were factory workers and stuff. There were kids working in factories, people living in terrible conditions. But they were quick. Those conditions were quick. Even at the time that Marx wrote that book, that those conditions existed in the 1830s, 50 years later, they were already mostly gone. Like the pollution was less, you know, the living standards were better, the jobs were better. And that was just the people getting richer over time and societies getting richer that caused that. It wasn't, you know. So the best answer for the ills of poverty and capitalism is like more capitalism. It's not communism. Yeah, here's some loud music. Must be some nightclubs nearby. I don't really mind the loud music or the sound. I was watching Marco Romes. He's one of Chrissy Boy's mates, friends. He just got to India, man. He was like, he's got to travel around earplugs because he doesn't like the noise. There's a lot of things about India I can tolerate that don't bother me. The noise doesn't bother me, man. I'm very high tolerance for noise. The food hasn't bothered me other than just now. Like, India is not a bad country for me to travel around. A lot of things that bother people, they don't bother me that much. But yeah, Marco Romes just got to Calcutta. He's a good travel vlogger. Chrissy Boy and his group he's got a good group of travel vloggers. But he just got to Calcutta. Man, only 3K views. It seems like India, they're just getting like no views, man, because he gets like 10,000 views on every video. I just watched some of this vlog this afternoon, and it was a decent vlog. That's not very good views for his channel. He has 150,000 subs. So I think the India vlogs have just died. He's buying some beer here, drinking beer in the street. He's met this pretty lady. He's hanging with her in Calcutta. So it's just, yeah, India vlogs just don't. Man, there was a time anybody could step foot in India and get like lots of views. Nobody's getting views anymore in India. I think it was like scorched earth. The vloggers that said India sucked killed it. What do you want? There was other things going on too. There was like these TikTokers and stuff, and so people just aren't interested. The Indians aren't interested in watching foreign vloggers anymore. They've lost interest, even if they're a really good vlogger or making good vlogs. But yeah, there was a time 5-10 years ago where it was like the gravy train. You come here and make some videos. Would I consider traveling to Zamunda? I don't know where that's at, man. There's this guy, and he's making really good videos. Tom Z. He's one of the best travel vloggers of all time. Yeah, he doesn't get that much views. He actually rides the trains in India. Like, he stealth rides the trains. Oh, shit, Tom Z just dropped another video an hour ago. Man, he's killing it. Tom Z, he's from Norway, but this guy's a hardcore traveler, man. He rode the trains of India for like He hitchhiked across Canada. He just dropped a video an hour ago, but you see, he just posts the videos because he likes to travel and he likes making videos. So I don't think he cares about the views and the money that much. But if you are in this for money and views, man, it's tough. You see, he's got this, his last 4 videos been really good. The longest wait ever, roaming Canada. Like 1 hour long documentary, safari through India. Tough and good times in Pakistan. So yeah, this guy's a really good vlogger. But yeah, I don't know if there's any money to be made travel vlogging because nobody's blowing up anymore. You know, they were 5, 6, 7 years ago, but not anymore. And you know, some of the strategies you could do in the past, like having a lot of women in your videos, that was something I did. That will get you demonetized or banned by YouTube now. So some of the strategies that might have worked in the past don't work. You know, having pretty women in your thumbnails, or you'll get canceled. That's what this guy does, Pro Life Traveler. He has pretty women in his thumbnails and stuff, and he got canceled out of the Philippines. Now he's in Thailand doing it. You won't believe the stunning tourist in Bangkok. So I used to kind of do the same thing. I was kind of like Pro Life Traveler, except I was, you know, not on camera. But yeah, it's just Pro Life Traveler is doing really good. He's one of the few guys. He did well in the Philippines, but he got kicked out of the Philippines, deported, even though he has a wife and a kid there. And now he's living in Thailand, making vlogs. So the only thing that's left is the food vloggers. But again, that's oversaturated. There's millions of people that have tried to become a food vlogger. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to make money as a travel vlogger, I just don't know what to do, man. I don't know what you can do. There's not a lot of opportunity. There never was much opportunity, but there was like a golden era where people were breaking out, you know, like the Baldwin Bankrupts, Kirk Hazes. Even in the Thailand community, there were a lot of people breaking out, the CB Medias, but that's all over now. There was like a 2-3 year window. Everybody was breaking out. Yeah, Slim. Yeah, I actually learned about him from you, Joe. You were watching. I never heard of him before. He was in the Philippines. You were watching him, and he got kicked out of the Philippines. Now he's in Thailand. He just got to Thailand a week ago. Yeah, I've started watching him some. Well, it happened before COVID. So the golden era was maybe like 2018. I was doing good back then too. But 2018 to like 2022 or something. So part of it was COVID, but also it was happening before COVID. If you got in during that time period, a lot of the guys like the Dale Phillips and everybody all got in at that time period, Baldwin Bankrupt. If you came in after, like Chrissy Boy's done, he came in 2.5 years ago. I don't see that many people breaking out, or they're like this Marco Romes. He does okay, but it's you know, they put a lot of work, time, and effort into their videos, and you know, it's just not a lot of ROI there. And you got these guys making news videos, talk about politics in their room, and they get 100,000 views every video. So, you know, but in India specifically has really seemed to fall flat. I see a lot of people, like talented vloggers, showing up in India, and they're just not getting a lot of views or going viral. Here's Sabbatical. He just posted a video. Like, Sabbatical is another one of these guys that blew up in the good time. Mike OK. So I'm subscribed to a lot of travel vloggers. I follow the scene. The guys who have done well in the past, and they're still going, they still maintain a respectable level, you know, like of views, and they're still doing decent. But the guys who are starting like new, it might not have nothing to do with it's something to do with YouTube. YouTube might have made it harder for people to break out. So if you got in like 6 years ago, maybe you could, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know I don't know what to tell the travel vloggers. I'm a travel vlogger myself, so I don't watch him, Ned, and I'm ignoring him. So I don't know why he hates me or what his problem is. But yeah, I don't want anything to do with that guy. So I've been nice to him for 5 years. Yeah, I prefer not to bring him up my channel because, you know, bring his name up. I ignore him. So he just gets very drunk and he says all kinds of crazy. He's been doing it for years. So I just ignore him, and everybody should just ignore him. So let him do, say whatever he wants to say. He's been doing the same thing for years. He gets sober for a little while, and he becomes real nice and friendly, and then he goes off on the rails on some really bad whiskey or something. So he's been doing it for years and years, and he'll do it to everybody. Everybody's a target of him. So yeah, tequila. Yeah, he's a good like. One of the reasons Pro Life Traveler is successful is, for one, he edits his vlogs to where like he clips a bunch of experiences together. A lot of people don't do that. I think that's a good move. Like not even a lot of their travel vloggers do that. So he has a good style, the way he, but he's also like, yeah, he talks to a lot of people, and yeah, Joe loves him. Joe finds him funny. So there's a lot of he's successful in part because he's good at what he does. Yeah, a lot of vloggers don't, especially if you're making money vlogging, which he was probably making quite a bit of money. You don't need a live stream. If you're making 10,000 a month, there's people that make 10,000 a month pretty easy on vlogs. It's a real feast or famine sort of thing. Like Ace Live, he's an American travel vlogger. He was struggling for years, making nothing. And then he kind of broke out too in the pandemic in Colombia and stuff. And he posted a video. He was making like 12,000 a month. He bought his mom a house and stuff, and he was making even more than that maybe later. But remember, he was making like $12,000 just in ad revenue. So when you're making, and he was doing some streams too when he was struggling. He used to stream some with his GoPro. But once you're making that kind of money and views on YouTube, you don't really need a stream. People like that, they might just stream for fun once in a while, but the people that depend on streaming are usually the people who, that's all they got. But I lose interest when the vlogger starts to get awkward with the locals. DB Explorer says. Brandon James and Tequila Joe had a lot in common with their style with the videos. They got the houses, the penthouse, and the women. I actually, I don't know. I actually referred Tequila Joe about Brandon James. Like, check this guy out, man. He's kind of like your style. But Brandon James does vlogs and live streams. So. But yeah, he's been hitting it hard and big in Pattaya, Brandon James. He's doing good. Oh yeah, that's another thing Pro Life Traveler does is he puts out a lot of volume. So he's straight up he's very prolific, and yeah, he deserves all of his success because like he's a hard worker and he's pretty good at what he does. You might like his videos or you don't, but he's got a good the way he does things. Not everybody's gonna be everybody's cup of tea, so no vlogger is gonna please everybody. The point is to please some people. Yeah. Don't worry about Ben. You don't have to bring this up on my channel. I don't hate the guy, but he's been doing this for years. So Don't have to bring it up. If you want to watch him, that's your choice. But you don't have to bring me into his, you know, his madness. I'm just gonna ignore the guy. So. Pattaya YouTuber Brandon James calls himself the #1 boom boom in Pattaya. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, there's a new Pattaya scene. We got Mac TV, Brandon James. You got a new like genre developing in Pattaya. Who else is there? But I don't know if is Brandon James gonna be living there forever. Yeah, he's 15,000 subs. He just did a video 7 hours ago. Brandon James Mach 555. Yeah, he's hardcore in Pattaya. He's living the Pattaya life. I think he's balling though. Like he has money. Like he's making money on YouTube, but he's coming in this game with money though, you know. So that does help. Because I saw he had like a penthouse or something. It's like 50,000 baht condo. Poor YouTubers don't stay in 50,000 baht condos. But yeah, he's doing good. Plat Irish says, CC, I met Mac TV. Yeah, I met him too. Just went to his bar. He happened to be there when I walked by. I walked by a couple times before the bar was closed or but I walked by one time he was there. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Mac TV's cool. It's like he's doing really good with his bar and YouTube channel. He was I looked back at his channel a few years ago, Mac TV, and he just kind of started out as like a he was kind of like a travel vlogger. Kind of like, you know, he was younger. Maybe back then he was like 27, which is pretty young for vlogging, especially Thailand vlogging. And he was just like, kind of like a struggling vlogger. Like he set out, he's one of these guys that like, I got to leave England or wherever. I got to like, you know, get into vlogging and get out of England, and hopefully I can make it with vlogging. And he didn't seem to be doing that great at first. He was going around like Koh Chang but he found a home in Pattaya, and yeah, I guess he just decided he didn't want to travel. He loved Pattaya. It's kind of like same thing happened to me in my 20s. I was a traveler, and I decided once I got there, I was like, yeah, this is the best place. I don't want to go anywhere else. So, and then he got successful there. He built on his success there. But it's always interesting to look at successful vloggers and see where they started. You go back on their channel and their oldest videos. You know, some people start off as really polished right from the get-go. I think Keith's one, like right when he started, because he had a lot of experience vlogging and videos. He was really polished when he very first started making videos. But but it's not as interesting. But people who like evolve, I like to look at that. Like Mac TV definitely evolved in the short time he was. So let's look at Mac TV here, his oldest videos. He hasn't been vlogging that long. So you can see here, this was his oldest video. Actually, did he get rid of it? You see, I was watching some of his oldest videos. Yeah, he was kind of like he was doing the crocodile street food. You know, this is just 3 years ago. And he was just trying to make it. You see, he wasn't getting a lot of views. Patty mistakes and scams. But yeah, man, he went to Koh Chang. He had a bad trip there. I regret Koh Chang 5 reasons. That was his first viral video. But his next video didn't do too good. So yeah, he had a tough road, but he made it, man. Now he's very successful. So I like seeing how people evolve. It's always very interesting. You go back on their oldest videos. But Is this what you guys were talking about, Ben? So I looked at your on gang. I'm kill Charlie. This is Ben Newton. Guy I've only ever been nice to. I've never done anything to. So I'm not subscribed to his channel, so I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. I guess he got angry because I was live. Fact: Charlie sent Minto after me. He was spotted in Singapore following me. He trying to take me out like Chuck Wow. Snake. We need to sort this vermin. So the guy's just off his rocker. If he thinks Minto is after him, he's just completely off his rocker. That's why it's better just to ignore him. But yeah, I've only ever been nice to him, man. Maybe that's his sense of humor. He's just joking. Yeah, he's harmless. Hey, big ups, Mo, with the $5. It says big up CC Coffee Fun. Hey, nah, man. He's a live streamer himself. He's had a tough time. I've always tried to be helpful to him, but I can't take too much of his BS anymore. So I told him a couple weeks ago I'm going to just have to ignore him, ban him from my channel. I guess that's why he's upset, but or he's just trying to get publicity or something. Don't report. Nobody reports, man. He's lost like 15 channels in the past. But nobody report. Thank you, Mo. If you report and he loses his channel, maybe he will end up really getting after me. So don't report. Just let him do his own thing. He's been doing this stuff for years, literally 100 people. If you ain't got a death threat from Ben, you're probably not part of the genre. He's done it to everybody. So every single person in the Thailand genre has same thing has happened to him. He's done it to everybody. So yeah, just pay him no mind. Hey, big up, Mo. Thank you, Mo. I invited him to India. I said India might be good for him, man, because he's always kind of struggling. He's broke. He lives in cheap rooms, fan rooms. So maybe India would be a good change of pace. He could do some good content here in India. But I invited him here to India like when I came here a month ago. But yeah, I don't know why he's got it out for me. But again, he's had it out for everybody at one time or another. So it's every single person. You name a name, he's been after him one time or another. So. Thank you, Mo. Thanks to the super chat. So, guys, I got to eat some more garlic and pomegranate, try to kill this parasite. I think the garlic actually helped. But Jenny, you're kind of, I don't know where you're from. You've been kind of in the chat recently. He's been saying these things for years to all sorts of people, every time he gets drunk. So I met him in real life a couple years ago. Yeah, it's just his style. Oh, you've been in the chat for years? Well, I don't remember your name. So anyways, we can change the topic. But yeah, Mac TV's doing good. Who else? What are some other notable vloggers to talk about? Chrissy Boy just went to Pattaya. him and a subscriber, they made a couple of videos. They look like they had an all right time, but they were kind of in like Naklua. That's not really a good, especially if you're new there. You need to be in South Pattaya. There's nothing really going on in Naklua, man. Because Pattaya is geographically, it's a big place. And if you end up in the wrong area, like it could be kind of a boring place. But yeah, Pattaya is kind of like an acquired taste. You have to really like, once you really, the people who like Pattaya are like people who've been going there for years or months. So I could see it could really fall flat, just like if you just go there for a day or two, and then people never go back again. You kind of get to know it. I don't know. But then again, Pattaya is also changing a lot, and a lot of people, even some of its longtime visitors that really like the place, don't like it anymore. So for me, it's kind of still the same place it's always been. I don't know. Pattaya is a weird place because even I don't really enjoy it. I used to like it because I was a drinker. It was a great place to drink and party. I don't do that anymore. So that was like the main draw of the place. So right now, I don't really have a favorite place. So I just travel around. Isan's pretty good. Bangkok's good. Pattaya's good. Other countries are good. But if I was still into drinking, yeah, I don't like North Pattaya. North Pattaya, that's where Christy Boy was like hanging out in a hotel, like Wangamat, Naklua, the Terminal 21 area. That whole area, I never stayed in that area. It's a very boring area. I do like the mall, Terminal 21, but that's all there is up there. And then eventually you get to Soi 6. So like everything Soi 6, around Soi 6 and north, that whole part of the city is like, I could write that whole part of the city off. Years of going to Thailand or Pattaya, I've never spent any time in that area. I've never stayed in that area. I've stayed in dozens or even hundreds of apartments and condos, hotels. Never stayed up there. For one, it was a problem. A lot of times I had a motorbike, and staying up in that area, you have to go through that the Dolphin traffic circle, which there's always police there. So if you're riding a motorbike, you would always get pulled over by the police if you went up in that area. Whereas if you lived in the city, Soi Buakhao, South Pattaya, even Pratamnak, you didn't really have too many problems with police. You could avoid them easily. But if you lived in North Pattaya, it was like they were impossible to avoid. That was one problem. But two, yeah, I don't know, I just never liked that part of the city that much. There are some nice beaches up there, you know, some nice hotels and stuff, but Terminal 21's nice, but it's just not a great part of the city, in my opinion. Pattaya has a lot of like funky neighborhoods where they're like a mix of like expats, tourists, and locals. Like Soi Buakhao used to be like that, although Soi Buakhao is turning into more of just a straight up tourist neighborhood. But there's still side streets off of Soi Buakhao where it's like that, where you have fan rooms and then you go past Third Road. There's a lot of neighborhoods like that. South Pattaya has a lot of neighborhoods like that. There's little pockets in neighborhoods, and that combined with the nightlife, for me, that's what Pattaya is. It's these little funky neighborhoods of locals and expats and tourists, all a mix of everything. Yeah, you might have a fancy, expensive restaurant or hotel, and then right next door is like a cheap hotel or cheap fan room and a 20-pot noodle shop, you know. So it's like a real mix of everything in some of those neighborhoods. That's what I like about Pattaya. And also, you know, the nightlife is legendary. Those two things. And it's also compact. Like there's a lot of that kind of stuff in Bangkok, but Bangkok is just so vast and big. You know, you have everything in a compact. You get around by motorbike. There's beaches there. It's just kind of like the total package once you get to know it. But yeah, on first surface, it can be kind of underwhelming. You know, but Chrissy Boy said he didn't like Pattaya much because he said everything is transactional, which that is a valid point. Everything is it's all about money. Everything is transactional there. But you know, that's kind of surface level too. Like there's not I don't want to really get into it too much, but yeah, if you go in the bars, it does, especially if you go to some go-go's and bars, that is the first impression. But yeah, I don't want to go into all that much, you know, but there's more to it than that, more to the city than that. Like, you could go to a massage shop and get a foot massage, and then the girl wants to hang with you, you know, you take her to dinner, you meet a girl at a nightclub. Not everything is transactional there. Yeah, there is a lot of that, but you can also, you know, it's not as bad as it seems once you get to know the city. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock in Pune. Pattaya Central is similar to Dubai, full of... Yeah, there's a lot of different neighborhoods in Pattaya too. Yeah, I don't know. The problem though too is like a central Pattaya is not as good as it once was. Well, central Pattaya is expanding though, so like they're building new neighborhoods and stuff, but they tend to just be straight up condos or higher end stuff. They're not building the mix, like they don't build the fan rooms and stuff anymore. So central Pattaya itself is changing. There's Jomtien is growing. Jomtien kind of has that mix developing, but it's also, a lot of people like Jomtien nowadays. You know, Sean likes it. There's Pratamnak. But for me, Jomtien just is kind of, it doesn't have the good part of like the nightlife and the fun part of central Pattaya. It's a little bit lacking in that. But at the same time, central Pattaya is kind of getting worse. Like, it's losing that mix and just becoming like a straight up tourist, and most of it's straight up tourist place. So I don't know, but the city like always changes, but it also like kind of stays the same. So I don't think that place, I mean, geographically it might change a little bit. Neighborhoods could change, streets. I mean, Soy LK Metro didn't even exist when I first started going to Pattaya. It was just a street with some guest houses and stuff, some restaurants. And it became in a few years, you know, then one time it became a great nightlife street. So that city is always changing, but you know, Jomtien probably could be, because Jomtien's so vast. Jomtien's like 10 miles of beach, and then there's miles inland. They're just now starting to build like second road of Jomtien Beach. So, you know, that could be like the great place to stay in the future, to live or visit. But Eugene Tackerberry says, what are you talking about? You sleep early? Yeah, well, I did have a lot to do with nightlife for years. I've been going to Pattaya since 2005, dude. So I used to drink, and even I live streamed it. So you know that, Tackleberry. I don't do it the last few years because I don't drink anymore. I don't think that the travel insurance thing is going to happen, says Scorfa, because those kind of things Thailand needs tens of millions of tourists, and they're getting that. But once you start introducing these rules, it's going to mess up the tourism, man. They ain't gonna do that health insurance thing. I think that would be a very bad ideal for a lot of reasons. No, there's a little bit of that, Minto, but yeah, there's a little bit of that. Jomtien is a huge area, so yeah, it does have a small part of that, a little bit of that, but it's mostly just, Jomtien is mostly just a beach area that happens to have, you know, it's popular with Russians and Scandinavians in the winter, and it has some retirees that live there. So it was just a quiet area, and it's kind of growing. Like they do keep building condos there, so but it's just kind of like condos for more Russians. And then they're all gone, and only there in the winter. So it's kind of a sleepy place. You know, some people like that, but it's just sleepy. There's not really much going on there. It's just this big kind of resort area for the Russians and Scandinavians in the winter. You know, it's kind of one-dimensional to me. It does have a nice beach, but you know, and there are some older expats that live there, retirees. But yeah, Jomtien is really not that great. It's okay. I've never really lived in Jomtien. I've always lived in either Pratomak or Central Pattaya, or even the dark side a few times. But yeah, I didn't really ever live in Jomtien too much. You know, Jomtien is kind of far from Central Pattaya too. It's like a 15-minute, 20-minute motorbike ride, whereas Pratamnak's only a 10-minute motorbike ride. But you know, if you don't like, some people don't like Central Pattaya. So if you don't like it much, or you never go there, then and you just want somewhere relaxed and with a beach, yeah, Jomtien's good. But Jomtien is growing, but I don't know if it's growing fast enough where it's going to be much different in another 10 or 20 years. Like I said, they keep building more condos, but they're just like more condos for more Russians, basically. So it's not really changing much. You know, and the Russians don't like go into bars or discos and stuff. So they don't really like, they're not a force multiplier for the nightlife, or for like, the Russians just like to eat food. They like to go to the beach. And, you know, they got all that stuff in Jomtien. They got the night market with the food, and like to hang out with their family. They like to drink beer, but they drink it in their room or on the beach. They don't go in a, they just drink it in their, they like to drink in their hotel room. That's what I can tell from the Russians. So they buy beer from 7-Eleven, they stock up, and they drink it in their room. You know, so. Cyber Cow says they don't want your type of tourist now, though. When tourism is a huge part of your economy, you can't make it difficult for tourists. If you make it difficult for tourists, you're just basically losing a whole part of your economy. They want more tourists. They want keep more and more tourists to come to that country. So because it's a huge economic thing. They've gotten rich and gotten dependent on tourism, so they're not going to get rid of that. I mean, they have other things in their economy. You know, it's not they have, but that has been a big growth factor in their economy. Not the only one, but it's been a big one. Yeah, there can be some cheaper condos, and well, Bang Saray is far. That's not even Jomtien. That's like another 10 miles past Jomtien. Bang Saray is just like a little village on the beach south of Jomtien. It does have some condos and stuff, but it's a very sleepy little town. If you want even more sleepy than Jomtien, you go to Bang Saray. Bang Saray. Neil Purdy says, sorry to say it, but Pat's lost its vibe. Not the same anymore. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. A lot of people are saying that. Well, guys, I'm going to end this stream. Maybe Kelly Codwell is going live or something soon. I'm going to go eat some more garlic. Anybody live tonight? There's not that many people alive to watch, man, anymore. Funny thing is, I like watching streams right when I'm finished streaming. I don't know why. Like, well, when I get done streaming, I'm back in my room. I just watch stream myself. Oh, maybe I'll watch some videos. Retire and Go just posted a video. I'm getting into stocks. So we got Retire and Go. Marco Rome's just subscribed to him, or I already was subscribed to him. So, yeah, I don't know. Ain't a whole lot going on in the genre these days. Live streams. Nobody else to watch. Oh, Barry the Boss is going live soon, 12:30. Shout out to Barry the Boss. I got 3 channels. On this channel, I'm more subscribed to like live streamers and stuff. This is my Paradise Travel channel. This is where I keep a lot of my live stream channels. He's going live at 12:30. So I think Barry is coming back a little bit more streaming. So we got Club Fillers Inc. He's a good streamer. If you don't know who he is, check him out. Club Fillers Inc. Big Boss Fridays. He's gonna be going back to Thailand soon, man. 6 months. Damn, I ain't gonna be able to be there when he's there because I'll have been in Thailand too long, especially if I go back there. Oh, I used to listen to Michael Savage when he was on the radio. He's on YouTube now, so 84 years old, still very sharp and witty. But he's very knowledgeable about nutrition and health. He just made a live stream saying bread and pasta is good for you. He's eaten his whole life. But he's wrote books on nutrition and health and stuff. I've eaten tons of pasta in my life and bread. Like I'll literally, when I'm back in America, I'll eat like a whole box of pasta 3 times a week, spaghetti, just with tomato sauce on it, no meat. It's a cheap meal, it only costs $1. It's a ton of calories. I was getting boxes of pasta for 79 cents in America, which is 1,600 calories. You know, I'd boil it up and pour some tomato sauce on it, eat it straight up. No meat, nothing. So, do I still pour sugar into Coke cans? Yeah, I eat sugar still. I eat a lot of sugar. Had some today. But pasta is better for you than ramen noodles. Don't do what I just said, like with, you know, those cheap ramen noodles, the Maggi noodles, they call them in India. Because actually I did that once, it made me constipated. So I'll never do that again. But I don't get constipated usually. But you can eat spaghetti, especially with maybe the tomato sauce helps. The tomato sauce that's a vegetable, it's a fruit. So those two combined is very healthy. Never had any problems with that, tomato sauce and pasta. But if you just eat ramen noodles, yeah, it's got MSG, it's got sodium, and those noodles, they're not the same. They're instant noodles, and I don't think the body likes those. It's a tasty little snack once in a while, but if you eat those too much, it's bad for you. Those things aren't good. Whereas normal pasta noodles are more your body. It's people have been eating that for 1,000 years. But instant noodles are different. They've been processed in a different way, and your body can't digest those very good. Plus, they got a lot of sodium. So, you know, when you eat spaghetti with some tomato sauce, there is a little bit of sodium in the tomato sauce, but not a lot. And it's just a meal with carbs and protein. There's not much fat. There's only fat unless you make a sauce and you put like a bunch of cheese or Parmesan cheese, or you put like a sausage in there or a meat. Then you start getting a lot of fat in the spaghetti. But if you just eat it straight up with tomato sauce and spaghetti, it's very healthy, in my opinion. Hey, Auntie Ming with the 2 British pounds for the flatulence. Oh, it's yeah, still going on. I'm trying to eat a lot of garlic and fruit. Thank you, Auntie Ming, for the 2 British pounds. Well, yeah, you can make your own sauce. That's even better. But you know the jars of sauce you buy at the grocery store. There's many different brands. Some are cheap, some are expensive. But even the cheap brands, it's just like tomato, and there's not a lot of like unnatural ingredients. They don't put MSG. They don't put a lot of preservatives, or even very little. Like pasta sauce is generally pretty healthy. It's just basically canned tomatoes, you know, with maybe a few other things, some spices and stuff like that. And tomatoes, like, you know, every fruit is different, and tomatoes are actually healthier when they're cooked or when they're canned and stuff versus eating them raw. And blueberries are like that too, because blueberries, when you cook them, that's why nobody eats blueberries raw. They cook them in oatmeal, they put them in cookies. But if you eat them raw, the antioxidant that makes them blue, the anthocyanin, isn't bioavailable. But when you cook like blueberries in oatmeal, and a scientific study's been done about this, the antioxidant's like 5 times more powerful when you cook it. So blueberries are best when you cook it with oatmeal or something. And tomatoes are also kind of like that. They're best when not eaten raw, when they're eaten with like a sauce, you know. So yeah, go hog wild with tomato sauce, man. Just watch out for sodium, you know, sometimes company. But you know, other things are good to eat raw or fresh, you know. But some things are, you know, every fruit's different. And you know, tomatoes and blueberries even taste better. So sometimes the taste tells you, like, blueberries don't taste that great when you eat them straight up raw, but they make the oatmeal taste a lot better. Same with tomato. Tomatoes they're okay raw. They're not bad, but they're better on sauces. So even the taste of it is better when it's. But then there's other things like, you know, an orange is good to eat raw. You don't want to cook an orange, you know. So this is the art of cooking. Some foods and everything is different. You know, it's like not every food is the same. Not every rule applies to every food source. Yeah, but that comes from the can or something. If there's something toxic that comes from the can, that's not from the tomatoes' fault. But a lot of spaghetti sauce is found in jars anyways, not cans. Yeah, Sean would make some of his own tomato sauce, because he would do, because he said that, you know, the tomato sauce is very expensive and he could make better tomato sauce. But I eat a lot of tomato sauce. So I don't think that's very practical. I think you're better off just buying your own tomatoes. The tomato sauce in Thailand is imported. So Thailand, the tomatoes aren't that great in the first place to make your own sauce with. And, you know, it's a lot of hassle and work. I think you're better off just buying canned tomato sauce or jarred tomato. It's expensive there, but you know, you just got to pay the price on it. Pasta and tomato is not something I would eat every day. It's something I would eat like 2 or 3 times a month in Thailand. In America, I would eat it 2 or 3 times a week, but in Thailand, I eat it maybe 2 or 3 times a month. Yeah, well, it's best. Yeah, it's probably best to get the tomato sauce from a jar, a glass jar. It's usually sold in glass jars. The Hunt's tomato sauce is sold in a can. It's cheaper sometimes. But you know, I've eaten a lot of canned tomato as well, and you know, look at me, I'm fine. Gradually, I disagree with you about the blueberries, like eating them straight off a shrub. I think raspberries are very good to eat straight up. Raspberries are awesome. Strawberries, obviously, straight up. But blueberries, in my opinion, they're kind of bland when you eat them straight up. They're better to cook. Well, guys, I'll be back to streaming probably. Marathon streaming. I want to try to string together, 2 or 3 good months of good income. I had a good month last month. And the only way I can do that is by streaming like 10, 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day. Like this, Auntie Ming with the 2 British pounds. All these super chats add up, man. At the end of the day, at the end of the month. So I'd like to try to keep the train going. Oh, man. But I gotta probably gonna have to get back to America soon. And I might even get a driver's license in America, but we'll see. Have I ever worn a chest rig for the camera so you don't have to hold it for 12 hours? Yeah, there's things you can do with that, but I have to hold my phone for all day, hours. I want to get like a monopod. They had a really nice monopod in Bangkok. I didn't buy it when I'm low on cash. It's $150, but the monopod is really good for like streaming, I think, because the little selfie stick, it's not like a tripod. I have people know I've streamed with tripods before. Tripods aren't good. Monopods are better, but you can just set the monopod down anywhere, so you don't always have to be holding the selfie stick. But the problem with a monopod is you can't take it on your carry-on luggage. They might think it's like a baseball bat kind of thing, like a blunt weapon. So I don't want to check in luggage. But the monopod could be very good live streaming, like the best live streaming kit. Chuck Wow used to use a monopod on his streams. He was doing video production for like 25 years, 30 years. Like when he would be on the beach talking to a lady, he would just have the camera sitting there on the monopod, which would be at like chest level, not to say it's filming the chest. I mean, it's a normal level. It's not sitting on the ground in a little selfie stick, or he's not holding it awkwardly. It's just sitting there, and it's filming the interaction, So the monopods are very useful. I also see a lot of auditors use monopods. They're standing there all day with their monopod, and they can set it down. It's at, normal height. I think a monopod, I never really used them much, but I think I had a monopod in Guatemala. But I don't know, it wasn't a good one or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think a monopod could be like, if you had to rank like devices for live streaming, your gimbal, your medium-sized selfie stick, your small selfie stick, your tabletop selfie stick, your tripod, your monopod, I think the monopod will come up on top. I think the monopod is number 1. And then maybe like medium-sized selfie stick number 2, gimbal number 3, tripod number 4, small selfie stick number 5. But yeah, you don't always have to read the chat though. Like actually, sometimes it's good not to read the chat all the time. One of my best streams ever, I didn't have the chat at all. It was just a fly in the wall. People were chatting among themselves. I didn't see the chat. But it was a drinking stream. So if I didn't have the chat to read, there wouldn't be always a lot to stream about either. So I kind of need the chat sometimes. But yeah, monopod would be good, but I think Bjorn TV used to use monopods too. Nobody knows what happened to Chuck. You know, he disappeared. Also, I got to say about Ben. Ben wasn't even around during those times. You know, he came in and when he appeared on the scene, I wasn't even in Thailand. People got to know Ben when he met Bar Finds. He was hanging out on Bar Finds. Bar Finds was big back then. So he first appeared on a Bar Finds guest during the pandemic, like in 2020. And he was hanging with this guy named Josh in La La Land. So I never even met Ben until like years later. You know, so Ben wasn't around, you know, and he shouldn't talk about things that, you know, he doesn't experience. He never knew Chuck. He never met him. No idea what he's talking about. So, you know, he wasn't even in the scene or the genre. He came in later. A bunch of guys came in 2020. B. More Ryan came in later. You know, B. More Ryan was like 2021, 2020. Ben was 2020. Barry the Boss was 2020. They weren't in the first wave. They were in the second wave of streamers. Josh and La La Land. The first wave was me, Steph, PSC, Bar Finds, and Chuck. Those were the very first streamers. That was 2019. Those guys weren't around in 2019. They came in later. Jeff Lepard, he was second wave too. He came in 2020, like January. So, you know, not many people in the genre today have ever met Chuck. Only me, I met him. Cabo never met him. Cabo was coming to Thailand, but he came after Chuck was already gone. So the only people that ever met Chuck are myself. Sean met him. FBI guy met him. There's a couple people in the chat that met him way back when. And that's about it. Cabo never met him. You know, I don't even think Bar Finds met him. Mana Mana met him. Mana Mana knew him. Mana Mana's not around anymore. There's not many people in the genre actually knew him or ever met him, you know, so. Sawadi met him, but Sawadi's passed away. So. Yeah, like, this was the very early days of the genre, years and years ago, and most of the people in the genre today weren't around back then. Like, even Bar Finds, I don't think met him, because Bar Finds kind of started getting into streaming after Chuck already kind of left. You know, Chuck was really like the first consistent marathon streamer, you know, and he was doing it at a time nobody else was really streaming. I wasn't streaming much. I would stream once in a blue moon. Steph was back in Belgium. He wasn't really streaming much. He was like the only streamer for a long time. So I never met Kevin Thailand. Yeah, Kevin Thailand was a very famous Pattaya vlogger. I never met him. Kevin Thailand, me and him corresponded over email a few times. Yeah, obviously we knew of each other. He invited me to his, he had a party every Wednesday, like a meetup night. But he said, you know, you would probably, everybody would know what you look like if you came. So I said, yeah, maybe better. I like being anonymous. So I didn't go to his party. But he was gracious towards me. You know, we didn't have any drama or fights. Or anything. Yeah, Mana Mana knew him pretty good. Mana Mana was one of the only people that knew Chuck Wow, including myself. FBI guy knew him too. That was really about it. Like, nobody, you know, it was, and he made some friends too. Like, he met the Dr. Ken, you know, which, but yeah, that was the very early days of the genre. Nobody knows. He just disappeared. Nobody knows if he died or he just left. Some people say he's like working in America. Some trolls say that. Nobody knows, you know. I didn't even know his name. I never even learned his name. I just always called him his YouTube name. So, yeah, I heard CCWC trolled. CCWC started when Chuck was around. They trolled him hard, and they claimed his name was Michael Erickson. So I don't know. They were, you know, like investigators. But, you know, that's a common name, so who knows? Yeah, Sorry Boss has been around for a long time. You think he went to Oklahoma? All right, well, that's good. I thought I saw him a few months ago in Pattaya, in Soy Bukkao. Somebody looked really close to him. But maybe it wasn't him. Who knows? Oh yeah, Boyfly knew him too. Yeah, Boyfly was Bjorn TV and Boyfly were also good friends of him. Bjorn TV was in Thailand. He was streaming, and Boyfly too. So I forgot about Boyfly. Yeah, but what do I think of the owl? I don't know. The owl said he's been watching Thailand YouTube for a long time, for like since Kevin Thailand, everybody. So yeah, Al is just a guy doing his thing. He's all right. Yeah, John North wasn't around. He was another guy who wasn't around. Like either you lived the CCWC days and stuff, like the early days of John, or you didn't. Barfines did, Mana did, Chuck did, I did, PSC did, Steph Traveler, Anthony, Paul. He wasn't a streamer back then, but he was hanging around streamers. I used to see him at Sexy Bar. So either you lived those early days or you didn't. If you weren't around back then, you don't really know what was going on. In 2019, it was a different time back then. And when the pandemic hit in 2020, everything was different. There was a lot more people. There was the StreamYardies. There was all kinds of. There wasn't StreamYards back in 2019. Yeah, CCWC was trolling super hard. We all got trolled hard by CCWC. They had a group of people, a team. They were attacking the streamers. They didn't like people streaming in Thailand. And there was this nascent kind of, streaming started by like myself and Chuck Wow. Later, Barfines got into it. And that was the early days, Mana was, part of it. Yeah, Sorry Boss was around back then. Some of the viewers were around back then, like Gold Ink. Gold Ink's been around since the early days.